I do see the superintendent, the auditor, the Secretary of State is here. Is the treasurer with us? Well, Madam Director, I believe we have a quorum.
Mr. Chairman, the first item on the State Loan and Investment Board agenda today is approval of the minutes. We have two sets of minutes, one from the March 18th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting and one from the April 9th, 2020 State Loan and Investment Board meeting. Not sure if you want to take them one at a time or together. I'll leave that to your discretion.
Let me leave that to the discretion of my board. What's the pleasure of the board? I would entertain a motion for either one or both of the sets of minutes. I've reviewed them, and I don't see anything out of order.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Madam Auditor.
Move to approve the minutes from both March 18, 2020 and April 9th, 2020.
It's been moved by the auditor to accept both sets of minutes. And is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the secretary. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The treasurer is with us, and he has voted aye. So all those motions pass. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we've provided you and the board members with the usual reports behind tab B. We do not have anything further to add at this time, but we would stand for questions.
Are there any questions of the staff on the reports that are behind tab B? Any questions? No, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, we provided the materials for this meeting in advance and have briefed each board member individually prior to the meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
That would be terrific.
Okay. We would propose E1 and E2, F1, G1, J1, and J2.
Okay. It's been proposed by the director that a consent list could be comprised of E1 and E2, F1, G1, J1, and J2. I would entertain a motion if that was a consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for consideration of a consent list consisting of E1, E2, F1, G1, J1, and J2.
Is there a second to the motion on the consent list that was made by the Secretary?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. With that, is there any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. I would now entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendations on the consent list.
Mr. Chairman, move to accept the director's recommendation on the aforementioned consent list.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Motion is made. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? All in favor signify by either a thumbs up or an aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the first item on the agenda today, the fourth item, state investment matters. I will yield to the Treasurer's office for those matters.
Thank you, Madam Director. Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would have Lisa Jurdy Spillman give us a report on that, the attachment there, and also have comments by the CIO, Patrick Fleming.
Thank
Yes,
you,
hi,
Mr. Treasurer. Welcome, Lisa. Good to see you, Counselor.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Bump, could you please enable me to share my screen? It says host has disabled participant screen sharing. I'd like to be able to put the changes to the IPS. As you know, every year we present for you asset allocation changes, which we did earlier this year, and then we incorporate them into the investment policy statements. We have incorporated the changes and made some additional changes which are required pursuant to new laws which went into effect. We worked on these with RVK and we presented them for approval to the IFC, and the IPS, as you see it, is the version that has been approved by the IFC. So let's see if I can share my screen now. Great. Okay. So let me just view screen. Okay. So Josh, would you like to review your memo first, or would you like me to go ahead and start right into the changes?
I'd say thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Josh Keevan with RVK. Lisa, I know the first couple of items are your changes. We've reflected them in our memo, but I'm comfortable if you want to speak to those first.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to scroll ahead to the changes. House Bill 164 set up some more responsibilities for the IFC, and so we've included some more of that. And it also requires the board to review the IPS in consultation with the IFC, so we made that change. We included more responsibilities. As you see, the investment, the selection panel for the IFC is a change that had not been reflected yet in our IPS. So we included the selection panel and their responsibilities as well. The last bill, House Bill 164, said that the state treasurer is responsible for the investment of state funds, so we included that. We included the requirement of us to conduct due diligence in the selection of investment managers. We added for internal controls, since we're building out our internal trading, securities trading controls, and we had a bill that permitted the state treasurer's office to conduct background checks. So we've added that to the IPS. In section E at the top of page 8, this is a requirement that the state treasurer, in consultation with the IFC, employ a designated chief investment officer. That was House Bill 164. And these duties of the CIO at 4.4 are that which the statute indicates. Going down to The IFC, House Bill 164 added new duties for the IFC, and those are reflected at the top of page 10 to review investment of funds in alt, to review our policies and procedures and recommend statutory rule or policy changes, and to monitor our investment in alternatives. And we've also included the duties of the selection panel, which was created by law a few years ago, 2017, I believe. And that is it. Josh, I believe if you want me to go to a particular page, we can review some of the changes to based on the asset allocation changes.
Thank you, Lisa. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The changes in that are investment related here are primarily to do with the asset allocation changes that you've already approved. So for the most part, bringing the policy up to speed with the edits that you've approved from an asset allocation standpoint. The one, and Lisa, I think we can just stay on this page right here. The one other item I would note is we are recommending a change to the long-term benchmark for emerging markets debt fixed income. Previously, this had been 100% local currency. Last year, it was updated to add corporate emerging debt. And we are now recommending that you update this to reflect 1/3 each to local currency, sovereign debt, corporate debt, and hard currency sovereign debt. What this represents is, from our perspective, a better representation of the investable universe of emerging markets debt fixed income. If you look at the investable size of each of these components, they're roughly the same. So this is a better reflection of the universe. From a risk return standpoint, we believe that this improves yield while bringing down risk. The yields in the hard currency sovereign bonds expanded quite a bit early part of this year. And we think there's an opportunity there to pick up some yield. And by reducing the currency exposure, you're reducing what has been the biggest driver of risk from this asset class. And so that's some of the rationale behind that. I would note that it will take a little bit of time to implement the strategy. So as we always do, we will coordinate the actual implementation of the benchmark in our reporting to you with the actual transition of the portfolio into this strategy. We'll have a little bit of work in front of us to evaluate that manager universe and come back to you with recommendations for how to implement this. Lastly, I would also just note that this is consistent with how we modeled this from an asset allocation standpoint this year. So in terms of the risk return impact on the total portfolio, this is exactly what we included for this asset class in the asset allocation work that we did previously. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm happy to take any questions you have on this.
Thank you, Josh. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Please.
Josh, if you could please go over with the board the changes here that we've made that are consistent with the changes that they approved at the last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I was referring to earlier, I don't know that we need to go to every page, but these changes you see here, for example, this is for the PMTF asset allocation, the increase in the target allocation to international equity, a corresponding decrease in core fixed income. And we've adjusted the policy ranges around that and to be consistent with how those ranges have been established in the past.
Okay, any questions? Any questions? Two questions, Lisa, for me. One is, and maybe Josh, you can do this. What was the conversation from the IFC on these policy changes?
Mr. Chairman, we reviewed every single change, just how we have reviewed it with you here today with them, and discussed the statutory changes, and then discussed how this change, like for example, on this page, fell into what they had approved in the past and what your board has already approved. And this last change on this page, the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, we had a special IFC meeting late the week before last, and that's when that change was approved. So they have reviewed the whole IPS, and they did give us their vote of approval. It was a unanimous vote.
I see. Mr. Treasurer, any comments you have on this?
I think the only thing we're just, complying with statutory requirements and the actions of the Slib board on asset allocations. And this basically catches up the investment policy with, what has occurred both legislatively and in actions of the Slib board. And those actions, I think, will give us, as we're trying to do, is a higher risk-adjusted return. And so I think we're on track to putting the finishing touches on the work that's been done, essentially outside and with our office over the course of the last year.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Lisa, on page 7, which would be 4.3B, duties of the state treasurer, Romanet 9. It seems to me that that's an addition to the treasurer's responsibilities, and I just wanted to understand, because I guess what I'm wondering is if this is a circular the treasurer recommends to the IFC, who recommends to the treasurer. That was the one that caught my attention. I just was curious if there was discussion on that.
We did have discussion. Patrick, would you like to speak to this?
Patrick, we can't hear
you.
you.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Patrick Fleming, Chief Investment Officer for the Treasurer's Office. Yes, Lisa, that's a good point, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have a comment. Is this circular or not?
Okay. Do you think it is confusing at all, or, I mean, it doesn't seem to matter to me. I just want to make sure that we have the IFC weighing in and not just pro forma. I think that was the problem we had before, and I think the treasurer remembers that things would just sort of come up, and our good friend Michael would recommend them, and people would sort of wobble and then vote yes.
Mr. Chairman, so this is Lisa again. What we do is I'll go down to the Treasurer's Investment Funds Committee. What happens under A is, and also down on their new ones with Section H, is we work with RVK. The Treasurer's Office investment team works with RVK, and they try to figure out who the best investment managers are in any particular asset class. And then they come to a decision to review a number of proposals, and then they take the top proposals and they present all those to the IFC, and the IFC votes. They review, they discuss, they ask questions, and they vote. And only after that would we ever present any investment managers for your office to the Slib board for approval. So this bullet just makes clear that it is our office and that conducts this due diligence, and then we absolutely would present that to the IFC and the board. And as we note on every board matter, prior to recommending a manager for Slib's approval, we indicate at the bottom or on the board matter in any event on that for every investment manager that this is consistent with the recommendations of the IFC. So you would never have an investment manager that hasn't already been fully vetted by our office, RVK, and approved by the IFC.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, and how the process essentially works is that, you know, we do work with RVK. We do source some managers. Patrick and the team did a good job of essentially cold calling some folks this last year and putting on some, I think, some top-notch people, especially in Mash Magash's area expertise that we didn't think we'd get into. But there isn't a lot of him and hawing and rolling. There is a frank discussion because I would say that every manager that we bring forth, that there is one, if not two or more of the IFC members that know of these managers and have either have had a direct relationship or firsthand knowledge of them. So it allows us to you know, have frank discussions and to either reinforce or call into question what we do. And at this point in time, the team and RVK has done a really good job vetting and the due diligence in that process to where I don't believe there's been a manager that's been brought forth that you know, didn't get the approval, the full approval of the IFC. So the IFC members necessarily don't have time to get into the weeds, and but they do want to know what we found out while we've been in the weeds. So it is a good discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I guess, you know, my concern here is we don't just end up with the Investment Funds Committee being a pro forma board that is just a waste of money.
These guys are not a rubber stamp, Mr. Chairman.
And that was, you know, that was really my only concern, because I think when we devised the Investment Funds Committee, it was with the recognition that elections don't always select the most qualified individuals for the job. They often select, as Tony Blair put it, the people who speak the best. And so our concern was when I came on as treasurer, you know, we would have 4 lay people going back to seeing a manager, and we'd have a, you know, wonderful conversation, but we wouldn't have the diligence that was necessary, and that was with an office less competent than yours. But nonetheless, I guess I worry about the risk of things devolving to, you know, something that isn't as robust as we hoped this would be. And I guess you're telling me that this is not a way to circumvent any of those processes. And I'll just put it quite straightly. You have taken a lot of time over the last year and a half or so to make significant and proper changes to the lineup of managers. And I think that speaks to the quality of the program as it is. And I just want to make sure we don't end up with it changing back to what it was. You know, we'll find the biggest manager. They have the biggest portfolio. They have the nicest materials, and so we'll just say yes.
I don't believe we have any of that going on, and I think the you know, as this evolves, I think we'll have to make sure that that we continue to place on the selection committee. You know, I think good qualified people to bring IFC nominations forward to the process. And I think that we've got some good names out there from what I understand, speaking to Patrick, and on the new members that are going to be coming on the IFC. So Right now, I think we're in good shape, but that's, that's a process, that continues to have, I guess some oversight both by our office and by the Slib to make sure that that things are working indeed, and we welcome the scrutiny, Mr. Chairman.
Very, very good, Mr. Treasurer. Well, thank you. Thank you for the discussion. In the future, I would really appreciate, Lisa, if there was any chance to just have a quick, I know we don't compensate our IFC committee members. I don't know if there are minutes that are kept, but it would be nice to just have a summary, and maybe RVK can add that to their comments, something a little bit more robust than unanimously passed by the IFC.
Certainly, we'll do that.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to adopt the revised investment policies.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move that, I guess, that the board approve the recommendation of the Investment Funds Committee and the Treasurer's recommendation, the proposed changes to the State Loan and Investment Board's master investment policy and sub-policies.
Very good. It's been moved by the Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary. Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? I want to compliment you on the work that was done. Thank you and your office, Mr. Treasurer. And so with that, all in favor, either a thumbs up or signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries. Thank you, Superintendent. I didn't quite track. Thank you. Next matter. Mr. Treasurer, I believe that's D2, which is the quarterly.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's our consultant report, and we'd have Josh go over the quarterly review of the investment for performance.
Thank you.
Treasurer. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, before I do that, I did want to take a quick moment to convey a sincere note of thanks and appreciation for your continued confidence in your recent reselection of our firm. That's on behalf of myself as well as the entire firm, and particularly the team that is dedicated to the Wyoming account. We're very proud of our long-term history with Wyoming, and we greatly look forward to hard work and thoughtful collaboration and as we move ahead here. I'm going to speak to a real quick performance update. The materials are as of March 31st. So obviously those are a bit dated at this point. So I'll try to bring you up to speed as best as I can on more recent market events. But I'm just going to go to one page here, and it's page 3, I believe. There we go. There we go. Thank you. So this is on the left-hand side, giving you the performance estimates for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, the Common School Permanent Land Fund, the roll-up of all of the permanent funds, and then the total fund, including all of the underlying funds. And at a total fund level, you can see that the assets in the first quarter were down about 7%. That's a fairly large downside event for even this portfolio, as conservative as it is. But that is going to be near the top of just about any peer group, with equities down 15 to 20+% globally, In that same time period, you're going to see fiscal year to date at about minus 3.9. And then as you look at the detail for the permanent mineral and common school, the larger permanent funds, both down roughly 6.5% or so. And those numbers are all net of fees. Just to bring you up to speed a little bit, through April at least, May was also a pretty good month. So you'll see continued improvement beyond the April numbers I'm going to read to you now. So on a fiscal year to date basis, through April, the total fund is just back above zero at a positive 0.3%. The permanent mineral trust fund is at a minus 1.3% negative return. And the common school permanent land fund is at a minus 0.6% total return. So those have held up quite well. And of course, longer term, we continue to work as we did through the recent asset allocation process to move, particularly with the permanent funds, the asset allocation in a more equity-oriented position. And then lastly, the workers' comp fund, I would just note on a fiscal year-to-date basis through April is actually now up almost 7%, 6.7% net of fees. And that's entirely due to the liability hedging assets that are in place for that plan. As yields have collapsed, you can imagine longer duration bonds have done quite well. I know after my remarks on performance, Patrick's going to speak to the market environment, but just wanted to share some of our observations with you at a high level before seeing what questions you have. We've had this substantial recovery, and it does seem to us that we are starting to see a very wide separation between financial markets and the real economy. And that's normal. You know, financial markets are forward-looking. They're trying to look into the future and anticipate how economic events are going to unfold. It does seem to us that, or particularly with certain parts of the US market, that what's now priced in represents an expectation of a best case scenario for the future economy. And we don't know if it'll be the best case scenario. We do believe that there's now a very wide range of potential outcomes. And there seems to be from our perspective, still a lot that's unknown about the future economy, how long major parts of it will continue to be shut down, whether or not we will get future spikes of infection, how long it's going to take to have effective treatments or a vaccine for the virus. How that all plays out remains, I think, unknowable at this point. So we do remain a little bit cautious on the significant recovery that we've seen so far, particularly as it relates to the larger company end of the U.S. market. So with those comments, I'll stop there. Happy to dive into more details in the portfolio if you wish, or answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Josh. Are there any questions from the board? Any questions? Josh, one thing that I know that you used to do from time to time was a comparison of other funds. I think a lot of times it was pension funds, other clients of yours. I didn't know if you were planning on a sovereign comparison. Again, we've done those in the past.
Mr. Chairman, yes, actually we're in the process of updating the sovereign wealth fund peer comparison, and hope to be able to present those results to you here sometime this summer.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? If not, Patrick?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just, members of the board, I would just like to be consistent with what we've historically done and make sure that the board is aware of the same type of information that we present to the Investment Funds Committee. So with that, I just wanted to go over briefly the economic outlook that we're looking at and kind of follow up on Josh's comments of some of the things that we're seeing and a bit of disconnect between the real economy, i.e. the economic part of the economy versus the financial assets, particularly U.S. domestic equities.
So these are the matters under D3, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And if I can
Patrick, is there a particular page? Do you want to go?
yes, just there we go. First, yes, and so the next page, just talking about what the economic forecasts are looking at right now, and it is an extremely fluid situation, and just highlighting how things change in a very, very short period, just over the last 2 weeks. But the Atlanta Fed, which has a nowcast model or what have you, is looking for the Q2 GDP forecast, which was at this time 42.8. We're already at minus 52.7 just for this quarter. Next, please. Retail sales, obviously, with the consumer on the sideline, has been hit, and this is particularly important for GDP because of the consumption part of our GDP calculation. Next. The U6 rate, underemployment, this is really the true unemployment rate in the United States, because the way they calculate, when you see headline unemployment rate, what it is doing is they're saying, when they go out and ask individuals, they say, are you employed? And if you say no, then they say, are you actively looking for a job? And if you say no, you're not considered unemployed under this category. So U6 is the real indicator, or much better indicator of what our true unemployment is. And as you can see there, we're at 22.8%. Tomorrow is our monthly non-farm payroll survey, which is forecasted, the U3 is supposed to rise from 14 odd to 19.7. So we are continuing to see these economic problems throughout the economy. Obviously, we're going to see a snapback, but our concern is more on the longer term basis. Next, please. The personal savings rate, this is as we save money, this is obviously hitting the GDP component. And this is another one just over the last 2 weeks. We're already at a 33% savings rate. So as you know, more money goes into savings, less to be spent, and that's problematic for the economy. Next, please. Inflation is still expected to be quite benign here in this environment. We have seen a little bit of uptick in break-even rates, meaning the anticipated inflation rate in 5 years. On this graph, we're at 53, but we're currently at 0.9%, so slightly less than 1. And that's kind of consistent. 10-year break-evens, for instance, are about plus 1.1. So the market is anticipating a very benign inflation environment for the next 10 years. Next. So this is the problem, is the valuations. And so with the portfolio and where we are, we're just looking at valuations, and this was 2 weeks ago at the valuations, where just about every metric that we look at, we're in the top decile in valuation. So this is one of the most I would say, from a risk-adjusted perspective, this is the worst risk-adjusted return outlook in the U.S. stock market that I've seen since the dot-com bubble. It is very expensive across numerous metrics. I'll go into a little detail later on. Next, please. So here you can see the difference between probability of recovery over the next few months from the various asset classes and economic indicators. And once again, the US stock market is pricing in a V-shaped recovery. Next, please. Meanwhile, the fixed income markets are at extremely low levels, which is problematic from one of our spending policy, but also on a longer term basis. With rates this low, the outlook and the ability for fixed income markets to cushion another downturn is problematic. So typically with your diverse different assets across the board, the diversification is very helpful across all different scenarios. And when you do have a slowdown, then you have this ability to cushion in the downdraft. And obviously, when rates are this low, we don't have that cushion. The difference this time is the Federal Reserve has stepped in because rates were so low to begin with, you really couldn't do anything. So the Fed stepped in and just did a massive quantitative easing program and purchased a significant amount of securities, approximately 18 trillion in securities, which offset the weakness that we saw in the real economy. Next. So this is the big question that we're facing is the V, U, or L. What kind of outlook that we're looking for, and we're firmly in the camp that this is not a V-shaped recovery, even though that the U.S. stock market is pricing that in, and the reason being is just because what has really been done and what the Fed is able to do is support the large multinational, the S&P 500 type of companies, and so they have the ability to access the financial markets, and they can come in and they can borrow. They can do secondaries for their IPA. They're fine, but the problem is the small companies, which really is the small businesses, as you know, are the majority of the strength of the U.S. economy. It's approximately 50% of private payroll and big percentage of exports and so forth. So this is the area that we're most concerned with because of the damage that's been done to their balance sheets. They don't have the access to the capital markets that everyone does. And these are things that we're going to see that will be struggling. For instance, it's estimated that 25% of restaurants will not open. Airline levels, American Airlines this morning said their international travel is 25% of where it was. Boeing has said at least one airline will file for bankruptcy. These are the things that will prolong this weakness that we're seeing. Granted, we're not going to see a 52% drop in Q3 or Q4 GDP, unlikely. But I do not believe that we're going to be bouncing back to pre-COVID levels anytime soon. Next, please. So the financial markets are still looking for that we could potentially go to a negative interest rate policy environment, even though that the Federal Reserve has specifically said all members do not think that a negative rate is in the cards. But just like in other economies, that a lot of times the market will price that in if we do go into another kind of a second round effect, which we're talking about. And as Josh alluded to, the major factor that we're looking at is whether or not we get a vaccine and how quickly we can get a vaccine before we can get back to work. Next. So this is really the big thing we're focusing on. As I mentioned, the vaccine. What is going to happen with the amount of debt that we've put on? So we're over 100% of debt to GDP now. The budget balance is blown out, and most of the participants have said, okay, this is a short-term fix that we'll bring it back down in line. But our concern is we've already seen the budget deficit was already quite wider than it has historically been, especially in relation to the unemployment rate. And our view is that there is not the political wherewithal to be able to bring it back down. Either the Democratic or Republican side of the aisles have not shown interest to increase taxes or the things that you would normally do. So there's only four ways to actually do it. You increase taxes to get more money, which at this time is highly unlikely. You decrease the expenses, i.e. cut people, which obviously causes the unemployment situation to expand. On the corporate side, you cut CapEx and employees, which we've already seen happen. across the board. You're seeing it, locally with the exploration production companies. Holly Frontier announcing, that they're decommissioning the plant. This is happening, permeating through the entire U.S. economy, which we haven't even seen hit yet. The state and local cuts that are still to come. And then the cost of deglobalization. That's one thing that I think has been seen across the board. This just-in-time manufacturing is called into question. And is that going to create more? We know it's going to be higher cost, but with 98% of antibiotics and some other medicines being produced in China, that's just an example. We think more of the production will be brought on shore, but that typically comes at a higher cost, which would then impact our margins. And then what we're seeing, just with the race riots, geopolitics, protectionism, military and economic conflicts, we're seeing all of these rise. This is very typical in these uncertain periods of the economy when some of these things happen. And so how this falls out, China is using this as an example to increase its power over Hong Kong. So these are very consistent with what happens. And so, it's just not, it doesn't make sense to us that we can continue on this with these valuations. So let me, next page, please, Lisa. This is really the problem that we're having on our basis. So this is the valuation of the S&P. And when we put this out just a while ago, you can see from the chart, we were at the 21% or whatever. We're already at 24 now as of this morning on a forward PE. What we're saying is that the stock market is pricing in a very rosy scenario and that earnings will bounce back. But some people say, well, they're looking through next year's earnings, but what about on a forward basis? So we're still above 19 on a 2022 basis. And this is 20-year highs. We're getting back into the 1999 scenario. And it's just, it's extremely problematic. The NASDAQ is already at all-time highs. The S&P at the time when we were looking at this was just about flat. But from 1 year ago level, just looking at the S&P, if you bought the S&P 1 year ago, you would be up 13.7%. So the stock market is not pricing in the reality, in our opinion, of some of the potential downfalls. And so circling back, what does that mean for the portfolio? Interest rates at this low level are problematic, just because with the yield that we're receiving on the aggregate, which is a good indicator of what we're receiving, that 1.3% interest, and the possibility of further weakness, or at least not the type of bounce back that we're seeing in the S&P, combined with a spending policy in common school of 5%, or the PMTF, which is 2.5 plus the other variations. Something that we've talked on and on about over the last months and years. These are the things that we said we're concerned with, and it's coming to fruition. So as far as what we're looking for, we're trying to maximize areas and get a higher yield. But as we progress, this is something I think we're going to have to focus more on is, are there areas where we can get a higher risk adjusted return? And those are the types of things that we're looking at. The MLPs are yielding around a 10% yield. So those are some of the areas that we're saying, okay, where can we go that we're not taking undue risk and try to kind of boost the performance and yield of the portfolio? And that is something we're focusing on. The treasurer had mentioned some of the managers that we've brought on in certain areas, but that continues to be the focus of what we're looking at, whether it's the EMD area or other parts of the portfolio. So with that, stand for any questions, but I just wanted to let you know where our focus is, what we're trying to do to try and have a better risk adjusted return and yet improve the yield of the portfolio. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Are there any questions for the CIO Fleming? Any questions? Patrick, I have one, and as you pointed out, the stock market seems to be buoyed up by the by the Federal Reserve, seems to be entirely buoyed up by the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve is at its sort of limit on traditional tools. It's been saying it has plenty of new tools, and it's also been saying negative rates are certainly a possibility. I guess the concern I have with this rally is, for lack of a better phrase, does the emperor have new clothes, or does the emperor not have new clothes?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good analogy, because Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve has said, you know, we can do whatever it takes. We can continue doing this. We have as much firepower as needed. I think showing that they actually came in and are buying junk bonds, you know, that's never been done before. Particularly in the past, in the previous policies, what they've come in with quantitative easing, and they've bought U.S. Treasuries and mortgage-backed securities. But now they're buying a significant amount of corporate bonds, or they can buy junk bonds, agency commercial mortgage-backed securities, what have you. So they are able to do that, and if they feel that it's needed, they can continue to do it. The problem, which I mentioned before, where does the emperor have the clothes or they don't have the clothes, is the small businesses. That is predominantly much more of the purview of the banks. And if the banks are in a situation where they're going to have massive write-offs, their balance sheets are going to be constrained. And once this small business loan program is over, as you know from our TDOA issue, which we're going to talk about in a bit, it's where are they able to borrow, and what's going to happen there. So that is the big $1 million question. And without a vaccine, I just think that many people's habits have dramatically changed, and we're not going to see the bounce back that the stock market is pricing it. I mean, they're forecasting 20% increase in earnings from pre-COVID levels over the next 2 to 3 years. It just doesn't make sense to me when we know the real economy isn't there. So I would argue that the emperor does not have the clothes. And we will struggle to keep some of the smaller businesses, and particularly the hardest hit areas, the low income workers, wages at a pre-COVID level.
Yeah, and I would agree, and I also worry about potential market distortions and how those play out over time. But well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any other questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Thank you, Lisa, Patrick, and Josh. Always good to see you. It's too bad you're not here. So, but
hope to be soon.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is J3. Consider conditional approval of funds for the City of Cheyenne Stormwater Interceptor Project. You may recall during the 2019 general session of the Wyoming Legislature, legislation was passed which provided authority for the Slib board to award up to $3 million to assist the City of Cheyenne with the construction of a stormwater interceptor project to protect the Capitol building, the Hirschler building, and other state facilities. At the February 6, 2020 board meeting, an amount of up to $215,000 was awarded to the city for the design of the project. It was noted at that time that any unexpended, unobligated funds remaining would revert on June 30th of 2020. During the 2020 legislative budget session, Senate File 119, State Funded Capital Construction, Section 5, proposed to extend the reversion date. But as you know, the legislation failed to become law. Therefore, the reversion date was not extended and remains at June 30th of 2020. The cities requested that the remaining $2,785,000 appropriated for the project be encumbered to prevent the funds from reverting before the city can apply for them. This will allow the project to continue mutually agreed upon less aggressive approach that provides a measured, prudent path for one construction season, an ideal bidding environment, and an overall, hopefully, reduced project cost. scenario. So it's recommended that the board approve the city's request to obligate the remaining balance of the $2,785,000 for construction costs of the city's 26th Street Interceptor project, and that before any obligated funds are further dispersed, the board will continue to require the city of Cheyenne to submit supporting documentation of project construction costs with all future disbursement requests for the board's approval at regularly scheduled meetings. It's my understanding that there may be some folks from the city on the meeting to speak to this. It's my understanding that Mr. O'Donnell, the city attorney, may wish to speak to this. So Mr. Bump, is Mr. O'Donnell?
Madam Director, just beforehand, are there any questions from the board to the director or staff? Any questions? Hearing none, please go ahead, proceed. And is Mr. O'Donnell on?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I sure can. Good to hear your voice.
Good morning. Yeah, good to hear you too, Governor. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me just a moment or two here to speak to you. I think all of us recognize the importance of this project. Thinking back a couple of years ago when we were all working together on the Capitol Square project, we know that protecting that investment by the state is a critically important function of this interceptor. In addition, this interceptor also protects a large swath of Cheyenne that is downstream from the Capitol project, rolling into downtown. We greatly appreciate the efforts of the state and of this board to support this funding for this project. And I will stand for any questions, just knowing that I certainly hope that we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. Are there questions for Mr. O'Donnell? Are there any questions? It's too bad you're not here, Mike, because we could really put you through the ringer.
Thank you, Governor.
Well, thank you, and I agree. I think this is a good solution to a set of circumstances. So, if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to accept the director's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move the director's recommendation that the board approve the city's request to obligate the remaining balance of $2,785,000 for the construction costs of the city of Cheyenne's 26th Street Interceptor project. And before any unobligated funds are dispersed, the board will require the city of Cheyenne to submit supporting documentation of project construction costs with all future disbursement requests for the board's approval at a regularly scheduled meeting.
So it's been moved by the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe this amount was in the bill that went across from the Senate, and I had so I think that we're actually doing what the entire body of the legislature wanted to do on this particular issue. I recall that the House wanted to spend more money than the Senate, and so I think that the House would have approved this, and in anything that came out of the House had it had more money attached to it. So I don't think we're thwarting the will of the legislature. I think we're just basically enabling what couldn't get done during the impasse on this particular issue. And I think it's a reasonable course of action that the director has laid out for us.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Mike, I have one question and just information point. The contractors are going to be Wyoming contractors?
Mr. Chairman, of course, we haven't gone out to bid yet, but all of the Wyoming preference laws will apply. And assuming a Wyoming contractor is within 5% of a competing out-of-state contractor, absolutely.
Thank you. If there is no further discussion, and I don't see any movement to have that, all in favor signify by either a thumbs up or by saying aye.
Aye.
We have unanimous. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda is letter K, Board of Deposits. I will yield to the Treasurer's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, getting over here into subsection K. Mr. Chairman, this is what we normally do on a quarterly basis here. And for the discussion of this matter, I would turn this over to Lisa Jordy Spillman.
Thank you, Counselor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you know, on a quarterly basis, we are to provide a report to Slib of the extent to which our state depositories have provided collateral. We failed to do so at the last meeting, so we're providing both the numbers for December 2019 and March of 2020. We apologize for that error last time. This is the report this is the current report as of the end of March. So you'll see the list of every bank that is an approved state depository in the state of Wyoming, and the bank account balance, the collateral, and whether they're overinsured, and none are short, as you'll see. And this is the December, this was as of December, same report. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? One question I would have, Ms. Spillman, is has there been any further conversation on TDOA program? I know we have, changed a couple of things, tried to help our local banks, and I'm just curious if there has been any further conversation on the point.
Yes, we will provide you an update of that, Mr. Chairman. In discussion of K2, Matt Sackett is our senior policy advisor, and he's been implementing the TDOA COVID-19 Impact Assistance Program. If we may proceed once we're done with K1 to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any questions? If not, let's move to K2. It's a lofty subject, I'm sure.
Hey, Matt, are you out there? We're seeing where Matt is.
Treasurer Meyer, board members, I was here mainly to discuss the COVID piece. I think maybe Lisa was going to talk generally about K2.
Okay. Do you want to first address the COVID piece?
Sure, Chairman Gordon, members of the board. Matt Sackett, policy advisor for the state treasurer's office. Just generally speaking, implementing the new TDOA COVID program went very well. After the Slib approved the expanded TDOA program for COVID-19 PPP loans in its April 9th meeting, the treasurer's office worked hard to get the program up and ready to get payments out by May 1st. I think between the Slib approval and May 1st, the banks generally found that they had received the loan funds from the SBA PPP program, but drawdowns from the entities that those loans were made to didn't go out nearly as fast as anticipated. and were more of on a scheduled basis. So the banks actually had plenty of cash during that time and didn't really have liquidity needs. In addition, nationwide liquidity concerns for banks became well known, and the federal government started up or expanded a number of programs, mainly which was the federal PPP liquidity facility through the Federal Reserve. And there were a number of other short-term programs and reductions in the discount window rate from like 1.75% to a 0.25% rate. So a number of things were implemented by the federal government that allowed banks to easily and cheaply get liquidity relief. So I think the result was that overall demand for the Treasurer's Office COVID PPP loan program wasn't nearly as high as we believed it might be. The STO was ready to allocate up to $200 million in funds to be available for the new COVID program. But in total, the Treasurer's Office talked to about 6 banks about the program, and we made loans to 2 banks for a total of $14.7 million. One loan was made in that May 1st release, and then one loan was just made with this June 1st release. So I think that kind of summarizes it. I'd stand for any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Sackett? Any questions? Matt, thank you for that. Is there a chance that you could just throw together a couple of paragraphs on that?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to send that to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I think we go to, I guess this would be your matter, Ms. Spillman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we do every quarter, we bring a recommended TDOA rate. And last April, we also brought a COVID-19 rate. Well, we're again bringing this board matter. Our contracts begin in July, and this board doesn't have a meeting in July. The next regularly scheduled meeting besides the special meeting in June is in August. So we need to have a rate set for the TDOA regular program by July 1st. And that put us in an interesting position because we wanted to use the most recent one-year treasury rate based on the preceding quarter. And because we're asking you to set the rate today, it's not the end of June yet, so we don't have the most recent quarter numbers. So we're recommending the regular TDOA rate be that January through March period, which puts us back at 1.07, again, the same rate as you recommended for for the current TDOA monies. And second, the COVID-19 impact assistance TDOA rate that also is due for renew as of July 1st. So the treasurer is bringing forth a recommendation similar to last time with a floor of 25 basis points, a ceiling of 50 basis points with a recommended rate of 25 basis points. I would stand for any questions or if Mr. Treasurer has more input he'd like to give.
Mr. Chairman?
Please, Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, for, I guess, a little bit more color on why that couldn't be the previous 90-day period. It's a matter of a statutory construction that and when the Slib board normally meets. And I think that's why they originally set that back to where it was 2 periods back. We're looking at a possible recommendation of a statutory change that would say that that the Slib board would set that once a year and do it in a schedule where it's appropriate to set that, then have the treasurer's office adjust that based on the formulary and report to the Slib board at its next meeting. Because we essentially, you're out of sync, I think 3 out of the 4 normally scheduled dates in which the Slib board meets. But to do what we wanted to do, which was to get closer to the interest rate window of which the interest rate is charged, rather than having a 3 to 6 month lag on that establishment of the interest rate, and get it closer to that, we can't do it without a statutory change. So we wanted to try to figure out how to get that interest rate lower, but statutorily, in keeping within the formulary of a 1-year treasurer, where we had to use the 1.07 rate. So that's something that we're going to work on the language and discuss it with the rest of you guys on the Slib board. See if that's necessarily we can come up with some language that everybody agrees to, and we can move forward to the legislative process and get that little wrinkle in the statute I guess fixed, so we can be a little bit more linked up with the time periods on establishing the rates.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. It sounds like a good idea. Any questions? Any questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to accept the Treasurer's recommended rates on the regular TDOA and the COVID-19 Impact Assistance TDOA rate.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would move the regular TDOA rate recommended by the Treasurer's office based on the 1-year Treasury bill, and that rate is at 1.07 for the first quarter of the TDOA contract year, to be effective July 1 through September 30th.
Thank you. So that would be your first motion then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the Secretary. All in favor signify by either raising your thumb or signifying by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. That motion carries. Next matter, I would entertain a COVID-19 Impact Assistance TDOA rate motion.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I do have a very quick question for the treasurer.
Please, Auditor, go ahead.
So I understand we're working with the average rate from the first quarter, but what is the rate as of today or most recently?
It was 0.17% of a couple of days ago.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Can I have just a quick follow-up to that?
Please.
I guess just maybe a little more discussion when we passed the special COVID tranche with a rate of 0 to 50 basis points. It was there was a similar rate at the time. In fact, I want to say it was a little bit higher. It was maybe 21 basis points when we did that. So maybe just a little more discussion on why we would move that floor up at this point.
Certainly, Madam Auditor. Basically, the reason for a floor, it has several I guess circumstances attached to it. One is that all of this money comes from the state agency pool, and even the legislative designated investments have a minimum amount attached to the different loan programs that they have within the PMTF. But the state agency pool, because of the ZERP and NERP environments in bonds, is particularly I guess, vulnerable to the prospect of not having any return to fund state agencies. It'll take a while for those to roll through, but everything that we put on now is essentially giving us hardly any return at all. And within 4 years' time, in the latter strategy, if we don't change our investment, I guess, asset mix in there, and we're looking at alternatives, and that's one of the things that we will be talking about this summer in our treasurers conference is that problem. But so part of the reason for the floor is to at least maintain some minimum amount. Also, as was brought forth earlier, the aggressiveness in which the Federal Reserve is moving forward with low rates. And most of the banks this time with the impact assistance TDOA rate elected not to use the impact assistance because the administrative burden to go to the Fed window was I guess change from some of the facilities that the Fed is offering now. So really the need for the whole program has been muted with only, I think, 2 banks stepping forward and asking for assistance out of all the banks in the state. Now that might change coming up here in the next one, but essentially they can borrow money at the Fed window or not have the need for a collateral because of the PPP collateral requirements that the Fed imposed, that essentially they don't have to count those loans as capital against their bank assets. So it's the atmosphere has essentially changed. One, for the need for the program, and basically that's because of actions of the Fed and Congress to a lesser extent. So even though I think it was the appropriate thing for us to do, and I think it's still appropriate to have that backfall, I think it should be done at I think an interest rate that is reasonable for the banks, but also gives some return to the state agencies, especially in this area of, as we know, we've got a potential between $1.1 and $1.5 billion budget reduction that we have to look forward to. Cutting the legs out on the revenue side when we already have revenue problems would probably, I guess from my perspective, would not be a prudent thing to do. And as a fiduciary, this is my recommendation, is to have a modest floor.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Ms. Spillman, I was looking back over the collateral and deposits sheet, and I thought I had seen where you'd indicated that possibly some to the banks that had already used this, but I note that the 2 that you gave us were on March 31st and December 19th. Do you have, do we know the banks that have used these funds?
Yes. Josh, do you know the names of the banks? I can pull them in a minute, but if he's still on, he could answer that. One was Bank of Jackson Hole, and the other was Bankers Bank?
No, Western States, I think.
Western States Bank and Bank of Jackson Hole.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Hearing none, I would entertain your motion, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the recommendation that the tranche 2 of the COVID-19 impact assistance TDOA rate have a ceiling of 0.5% and a floor of 0.25% for TDOA COVID-19 impact assisted contracts. The rate at 0.25% as a floor will be effective July 1, 2020 through September 30th, 2020. Qualifying for this rate is subject to eligibility criteria, including this rate must be tied to the economic fallout from COVID-19 and used to fully guarantee loans under the payroll protection plan under the COVID or the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act administered by the SBA or similar programs, and only for such loans to Wyoming businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, either a thumbs up or an aye. I get that motion carries as well. Thank you. And Madam Director, I'm thinking we pass over item J4.
Mr. Chairman, that is informational only, and it's a copy of the report that we will be providing related to the student dormitory loan program.
Okay, I didn't know if there was any material that we needed. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we do have one walk-in matter today, and it is to consider adoption of emergency rules for Chapter 39, the Coronavirus Relief Grants. The attached proposed Chapter 39 rules they were attached to your materials, govern the COVID-19 Relief Grants Program. The program was created during the 2020 special session of the Wyoming Legislature. The legislation provided administration and rulemaking authority for the program to the State Loan and Investment Board. The legislation authorizes the board to issue grants in accordance with the CARES Act to eligible applicants for costs related to the COVID-19 health crisis. All grants must meet all applicable federal eligibility, and per the CARES Act, funds may only be used for certain particular expenditures. The provisions of Chapter 39 are based on guidance provided by the U.S. Treasury, and they're drafted to strictly comply with both federal and state law. In order for the board to award grant funding in accordance with Chapter 39 in a timely manner and before the December 30th, 2020 deadline, the board must adopt emergency rules to govern the grant distribution program. So it's recommended that the board first find that emergency rules are necessary for the timely award of funding and administration of the Chapter 9 Coronavirus Relief Grants Program, and if so found, adopt the draft emergency rules for Chapter 39 of the State Loan and Investment Board rules. And I will note that we've been working on these rules closely with the Attorney General's office, and I believe Brandy Monger is here and Patrick Miller is probably on the Zoom call. They are truly the gurus of all things CARES Act relief. And so to the extent that the board has questions, I would I would yield to them.
Thank you, Madam Director. And I do want to compliment your staff and the Attorney General's staff for working as quickly as possible under somewhat difficult circumstances to build a new program that you haven't seen before and get it organized. I'll note that our board feels this is an urgent matter, and so really appreciate the amount of work that you've put into it. I want to ask any of my colleagues, do they have questions for the director or for the Attorney General? Please, Mr. Secretary.
Just a point of clarification, and this might be for the Attorney General's office, but my understanding was yesterday I had seen something to do with elections in here, but that has now been taken out as being on the list of ineligible I guess, ineligible use. Just wanted to confirm that, so.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Monger.
We did take that out. That actually was a sort of leftover.
Mr. Chairman, I'm having a tough time hearing Attorney General.
Sorry, I think we have the microphone on. No. We did take that out. It was left over from elections that they have to hold in order to get certain grants. It actually referred to sort of that entity's election to get the grant and not elections in the way that you would be thinking of them. So we did take that out so that if there are valid COVID-related expenses related to elections, they can use them.
And just as a follow-up, in elections for the group, was that like for the establishment of a special district to be able to apply to this, or what was that prohibition for previously?
Mr. Chair, Secretary, yes, that was exactly what it was for. So a lot of our programs require an election by special districts so that they sort of are acknowledging that they're seeking loans in particular or grants under the program and that it's that it's agreed upon. And so that's what it was normally for.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I believe that was one of the templates we utilized to come up with the rules was our MRG program and I think our capital construction program, and that was likely a leftover from that template. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are there other questions, either from Auditor Racinas or Treasurer Meyer or Superintendent Balo? No questions. Well, again, I want to thank you. I think our intent here, we knew this was going to be rapid work. I want to thank you for consulting with us yesterday a little bit on these rules to kind of bring us up to speed. We made a couple of changes and very much appreciate the timeliness of your work. These are funds that need to be deployed as quickly as possible. So with that, I would entertain a motion for the director's recommendation. Mr. Secretary is reaching for his microphone.
I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe we'll take these in two steps. I don't know if it's a motion or not, but I would first move that we find that emergency rules are necessary for the timely award of funding and administration of Chapter 39 COVID-19 Relief Grants Program.
So let's take these motions in that order. The Secretary has moved that the board finds that emergency rules are necessary for a timely award of funding and administration of Chapter 39 COVID-19 Relief Grants Program. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I note everybody, it's unanimous. Your second motion, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that the board adopt the attached draft emergency rules for Chapter 39 of the State Loan Investment Board rules.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That motion has been made to adopt the attached draft emergency rules for Chapter 39. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. So all on screen, Secretary or Superintendent Balo, Madam Auditor, and Treasurer all indicate aye, as does the Secretary, as do I. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that concludes the agenda for the State Loan and Investment Board matters today.
Okay, let me thank you very much, and I will, I can accept a motion to adjourn that part of the meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Mr. Secretary. Is there a second?
Second.
It's a second by the auditor. I just wanted to see if you guys were both on cue. Thanks very much. All in favor, thumbs up, or an aye. That motion carries. Director, let me just poll my colleagues. Does anybody want to just take a brief break here for 5 minutes or so? Let's reconvene at 9:35 as close as we can. Thank you. Mr. Treasurer, did you have a little bit of hail up your direction the other day?
Just a little bit, Governor, over here on the east side of Cheyenne.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were in Cheyenne or up in your old neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I think we've been pretty blessed up there. We haven't had anything that's been, anything that really damaged anything at this point in time. So far it's been a nice year. We've had enough rain to get things up, but not so much to keep us out of the fields, and a lot different than last year. I mean, last year summer didn't start till like the 4th of July, And,
Right.
Yeah, we
And
really
then,
had some.
and then your irrigation washed out.
Yeah, that it did in that other part of Goshen County. Fortunately, we weren't affected by that. We got our own territorial water rights, so that canal didn't run through our place, which is good. But now Patrick it's the other deal. I don't know where he's at on his deal there yet. I haven't talked to him for a while.
It's a wild goose season.
Yeah.
So I think we have a quorum back. I don't know if the superintendent is back yet. Just checking. I see Auditor Racinas, Treasurer Meyer, of course, the Secretary and I are both here. I'll give just a minute more, and then we'll get going, because I'm sure the superintendent will be back quickly. Madam Director, maybe we can get started with some of the preliminary matters, and then we'll check in and see if the superintendent has joined us quickly.
Okay. Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
in. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. So I'll just note for the record that all of us are here now, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the agenda for the State Board of Land Commissioners, the first item is approval of the minutes from the April 9th, 2020 State Board of Land Commissioners meeting.
Thank you, Madam Director. I would entertain a motion to accept the minutes of the April 9th, 2020 Board of Land Commissioner meeting.
Mr. Chairman, move to approve the April 9th, 2020 Board of Land Commissioners meeting minutes.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. The superintendent, thank you for the second. You beat the secretary to it. Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye or a thumbs up.
Aye.
That motion carries. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, the next item, we have provided you with the usual reports behind tab B. We don't have anything to add at this time, but we would stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the director? Any questions for the director? Hearing none, next matter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we provided the materials for this meeting in advance to the board members and have briefed each of the board members individually prior to this meeting. At this time, I'm prepared to propose a consent list if the board would so desire.
That would be great, Madam Director.
Okay. We propose the following for the consent list: D1 through D8, D10 and 12, E1 through E5, E7 through E9, F1 through F1 through F4, G1 and 2, and I1.
Thank you, Madam Director. The Madam Director has suggested a consent list of D1 through D8, D10 and D11, E1 through E5, and E7 through E9, F1 through F4, G1 and G2, and I1. I would entertain a motion for a consent list.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, I hear the Secretary.
I would move for consideration the same.
Okay, it's been moved for consideration of the same. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, the D12, I'm trying to, I've got D11 here. There's probably a supplement to that D12. Could you just refresh me what 12 is?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe there's a D12.
I don't believe there's a D12 matter.
Oh, I thought I heard a consent list that was D through 9 through 12. So maybe I just misheard that. Okay. All right.
So the consent list, Mr. Treasurer, just is D1 through D8, D10 and D11, E1 through E5, and E7 through E9,
right.
F1 through F4, G1 and G2, and I1. That is the consent list that's been moved by the Secretary, and I would love to hear a second if there was one.
Second.
It's been seconded by the Auditor. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor of the consent list as proposed in the motion, signify by a thumbs up or an aye.
Aye.
That motion carries. I would entertain a motion to accept the Director's recommendations on the consent list matters.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved by the Auditor. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the Secretary. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify with a thumbs up or aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item on the agenda then would be C1 under policy matters for the board to consider proposed rule changes, Chapter 29, sage grouse mitigation credits. As the board probably remembers, during the 2020 budget session, the Wyoming legislature enacted legislation which established a program for compensatory mitigation credits for the conservation of the greater sage grouse. The legislation required the board to create and oversee the compensatory mitigation credit system effective October 1 of 2020. As a result of the legislation, the promulgating of rules to establish the compensatory mitigation credit system is necessary. The proposed rules that are attached to your materials incorporate the provisions in Executive Order 2019-3, the Greater Sage Grouse Compensatory Mitigation Framework, federal agency guidance, and other implementation documents and the requirements in the legislation. In addition, the office has already solicited feedback on the rules from our sister agencies such as the Department of Agriculture, Department of Environmental Quality, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Department of Transportation, and the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust Account Board. And some feedback from these agencies has been obtained, as I mentioned, and will be incorporated into the proposed rules. It is recommended that the board authorize the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process with the attached draft rules for Chapter 29 sage grouse mitigation credits. And I would also note we've been working closely with Mr. Bob Budd on this. He's the Executive Director for the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust. I'm not sure if he has anything else that he would like to add for the board's consideration. Should you have any questions?
So let me take that a little bit in order. First, are there any questions for the Director or staff from any of the members of the board? Hearing none. Mr. Budd, would you like to address the board?
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, we've spent a fair amount of time, actually 5 to 6 years, developing this program. The legislature was uncomfortable with the authority of an executive order to establish a mitigation program. And we worked very closely with them over the interim to develop a bill that led to this, to select the agency, which was the agency that you are in charge of. And I think that the rules right now are relatively clean. There will be a few changes that probably will be needed. A couple of things that I think are minor, just discrepancies between the 2015 executive order and the most recent executive order. But those are all technical things we can clean up, and we appreciate your moving this forward. There are people out there who want to be certified as banks, and they're anxious to get on with the process. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Director Budd. Are there any questions for Director Budd? I want to note that Director Budd has put a significant amount of time and effort and intellectual capital into this entire program, leads the nation, and you know, it's nice to know that Wyoming is really doing this right, even though others are thinking that they have different approaches. So very much want to thank you, Director Budd, for your leadership in this. Are there any questions for Director Budd? Bob, I think you got off easy.
We like it that way. Thank you all very much.
The secretary rose to the bait. I'll softball for you.
And I didn't see it in here, and maybe this will be obvious, but will there be some type of publication of the participation in this program, as far as what parcels are being utilized and the owners? I mean, what kind of transparency protections are within the rules in implementing the program, I guess?
Mr. Chairman, that's a really good question. What we have been doing to date, there is one bank that's established in the state. It was done when the species was under the Endangered Species Act as a candidate species, and it's through the U.S. Wildlife Service. They have a system that's called Ribbits that tracks all transactions that are engaged in the process, and we will continue to use that as the database. It's available to the public. It's very transparent. It's very time sensitive. It's almost instantaneous. If you sell a credit or use a credit, that is actually tracked at the time it's done. And then we will obviously have, as this moves forward, because it is a private enterprise venture, the individual companies that want to be certified or get into the business of credit sales, which is not a great business, I might add. But those that want to get into it, obviously will be promoting themselves just as the existing bank does now. Does that answer your question, Mr. Secretary?
It does. Thank you. So, Director Budd, following up on that a little bit, you know, as you mentioned, that's not a great business model right now. But as we see further expansion of renewable projects, which take up a lot more land than maybe some of our traditional developments like oil and gas, do you anticipate this program to continue to find applicants and to grow in time?
Mr. Chairman, Governor, another great question. I think what we will see is that this market, and you'll very much recall, as many members of the board will, that through the past 20, 25 years, there has been a lot of interest in establishing some kind of a market for ecosystem values that are provided by private landowners. This has actually led to that exact market development, and there are many things that may rise out of it. While this is specific to sage grouse, you could look at carbon credits as another banking system. That is being done. wetland banking is being done. So if you look at a typical ranch, it will have a whole suite of values associated with it that may be ultimately a marketable commodity down the road. And it isn't just tied to energy development. There are numerous companies from Procter and Gamble to, other companies that are seeking carbon offsets. They're seeking, if you will, just good cred by doing the right thing. So I think in probably the near future, say 10 to 20 years, you could see this move into a completely different market and an opportunity for Wyoming landowners, ranchers, and farmers to generate revenue that is something they've never been paid for in the past.
Thank you, Director. Any other questions? Any other questions? Well, thank you, Director Budd. And Director Scoggin, I guess just the process here, this goes out now for public comment and will be reviewed. Please just review that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this essentially kicks off the regular rulemaking process where we will accept comment and incorporate those in and just flow through the process as normal.
Thank you, Director. So with that, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Madam Auditor.
I would move that the board authorize the Office of State Lands and Investments to begin the regular rulemaking process with the attached draft amended rules for Chapter 29, sage grouse mitigation credits.
The auditor has moved the director's recommendation. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by the secretary and the superintendent. So with that, any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify with a thumbs up or an aye. Aye from the secretary, thumbs up from all three on the Zoom conference. That motion carries. Thank you. Next matter.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we skip D9 because that relates to H1, which is the next matter that we're going to discuss, but it doesn't make sense to take action on D9 until we know how the board is going to vote on H1. So with that, the next item on the agenda is H1, final consideration of state trust land exchange in Albany and Laramie counties. This is the Pilot Hill Exchange. And with that, I would defer to Deputy Director Crowder to inform the board.
Thank you, Deputy Director Crowder. Good to see you. Will you walk us through this matter?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what we call the Pilot Hill Exchange. We started this back in June of 2018, so we've been processing it for just about 2 years now. The transaction was presented to us by Mr. Doug Samuelson, who represents various entities that own what we call the Pilot Hill property. The property is adjacent to the city of Laramie, just to its east boundary. It lies between the city of Laramie and Medicine Bow National Forest or Pole Mountain. The exchange as it was presented in the beginning totaled 5,528 acres of private property. The exchange contemplated various isolated parcels of state trust land that were to be determined through the process. The board did approve our office to move forward with the analysis process on June 21st of 2018. To what we did start our appraisal process and also our detailed analysis process and kicking off the public process as well. It's important to note that several changes have occurred since we started the exchange process in 2018. The most notable is that prior to us entering into an agreement to initiate the exchange with Mr. Samuelson, he was able to successfully sell a portion of the property to the University of Wyoming. And that occurred on, November 20th of 2019. In that sale, he was successful in transferring 1,233.11 acres to the university. That property sits on the very Northwestern edge of what we had been initially contemplating. It abuts the city of Laramie as well as the Jacoby Golf Course. It also overlies what is very important in the area, and that to be the Casper Aquifer. It was very important to the university and to Mr. Samuelson to protect that aquifer and to make that water available into the future for the university, which I believe precipitated that sale. Once that sale was completed, that left us with the remaining 4,343.88 acres to be acquired on our side. With that, Mr. Chairman, what we have today is a transaction that would acquire possibly that 4,343.88 acres. And in exchange to acquire that, we would dispose of a total of 11,668.27 acres of state trust land. And that's a net reduction of total land acre ownership of 7,324.39 acres. As you're aware, Mr. Chairman, we do keep track of the acres under ownership, and we are sensitive to the legislative intent that we stay within a baseline. That baseline was created in 1999, and the legislative intent was to remain within 10,000 acres above or below that baseline. The result of this transaction, should it be approved, would be that we would drop below the baseline 3,633.97 acres. So while we're reducing our total ownership by 7,324, we're only dropping below that baseline 3,633.97 acres within the 10,000 acre threshold. Also, we are increasing legally accessible acreage on the books as well by a net total of 3,863.88 acres. It's important to note that's not a one-to-one relationship with the full acreage of the Pilot Hill property, because there is one parcel of state trust land included in this transaction, a 480 acre parcel in northern Laramie County that is legally accessible. It's not legally accessible via a county road. It lies next to an existing parcel of state trust land that does have a county road going through it. That parcel that does have the county road is not included in this transaction, but the adjacent 480 acres is. We did have the properties appraised. The appraised value of the Pilot Hill property came in at right at $8 million even, or roughly $1,841 per acre. The state trust land collectively came in at $7,980,002, or roughly $683 per acre. That's about as close as you can get in a transaction of this type, we believe, to a value for value exchange, the difference being $19,999.98. And that is a cash equalization payment that would be owed by the board to Mr. Samuelson to create the value for value exchange. It's important to note that we do have that ability to provide that cash equalization payment based on the statute up to 25% of the total transaction, so that we're well within that. What I'd like to do now is talk about the Pilot Hill property, particularly as far as returns go in the whole transaction as well. The first thing I'd like to note is that this is going to be just a dollars and cents analysis. All of the other benefits, ancillary benefits to the transaction, I believe have come out through the public comments that we've received so far and have provided to you. And I imagine there are a lot of folks that will address you this morning that will also talk about those benefits. But from a dollars and cents standpoint, the first thing that we need to talk about is that cash equalization payment of roughly $20,000. It is currently held in the Common School Permanent Land Fund, and we do have authority to pull funds out of that account to create these equalization payments if we need to, or to acquire property or improvements as the board deems necessary. The 5-year average of that fund has returned 2.47% for an average of the 5 years. If we pull $20,000 out of that account, we are losing a total of $493 in investment income to the trust beneficiaries. Additionally, all of the isolated state trust lands in this transaction have grazing leases upon them, and they don't have any other leases other than that. We feel like each and every parcel involved in this transaction is capped at its use of grazing because it's not legally accessible other than the 480 acres. Nobody else has expressed any interest in doing any other uses on the property that would create another revenue stream. Therefore, the total loss of just the grazing revenue, and that would equal the total revenue, is $25,019 from grazing revenue. So if you combine that with the loss investment income, that is $25,513. The next thing I'd like to speak to is the appreciation potential of this property. And obviously, appreciation gains are not realized until you sell the asset, which we do anticipate being an outcome that could present itself as a part of this transaction. So it is analysis that we did run. We expect the state trust land, the isolated parcels involved in this transaction, to appreciate at a rate of 2.96%. We did the same analysis on the Pilot Hill property, and we expect that to appreciate at a rate of 3.54%. So an increase of a little over 0.5% in appreciation rate. We have been in discussions with the Albany County Commissioners who have really kicked off this process. To start back at the beginning, they were offered the property by Mr. Samuelson and did enter into a buy-sell agreement for it, however, had trouble securing the funds to complete the acquisition and reached out to us to see if we could help with that. And at that point, we did start working on the possibility of acquiring the property and then leasing it back to them for the benefits that they recognized in the property, which were economic, and I'm sure that they will comment to that. But for us to be able to enter into that transaction, we also had to generate revenue from it above the appreciation potential and to overcome the revenue lost that I just mentioned. And so discussions have been ongoing for a special use lease, particular for the recreation and habitat components of the property. And that is what D9, that special use lease matter, contemplates. And so I'll run through it right now really quickly for your benefit. The special use lease has three components to it. The first is the habitat component. The Game and Fish has identified crucial crucial winter range for elk, on the property, as well as other habitat benefits. They have identified just over 3,000 acres that fit into that category. It's important to note that we do this with the Game and Fish Department across the state and have about a dozen other leases. The average of those leases return $5.63 per acre. So when that's rolled into this lease, that would return a little over $17,000 per year. The second part of the lease is a recreation component, obviously. We have spread that across the full 4,343 acres. It's important to note that the sale to the University of Wyoming has changed how the recreation component of this lease looks. That sale has the property where a lot of the more active uses would occur, such as parking areas, possible restroom facilities, things like that. And we're left with simply the trail system. That trail system is to be non-motorized, but it is to provide access to hiking, mountain biking, and horseback riding in the area. Similar uses of state trust land for that return $2.12, which is what we've applied here, or returning an average annual return of a little over $9,000. The third component to this lease is what we call a covenant fee. When we first started analyzing this transaction, the buy-sell agreement between Mr. Samuelson and Albany County contemplated certain restrictions that would bleed through into the deed. We were uncomfortable with accepting deed restrictions, and through negotiation, we're able to agree that we could apply those types of restrictions on the lease use itself and not have them tied to the deed. And Mr. Samuelson agreed to that. Some of those restrictions, well, all of those restrictions are highlighted in D9 in the attached special use lease form, but they roughly contemplate not polluting the Casper Aquifer, which a lot of the drainages on this property lead into, not creating a noise nuisance or an odor nuisance, and not creating a smoke or something visual. This is to further describe it, it's the whole hillside as you're looking up at Pole Mountain from the city of Laramie. So they wanted to maintain that natural view shed as much as possible. Placing those restrictions on the lease also restricts the board from applying or initiating any other uses for the period of the lease, which would be 25 years. And we felt through the negotiation that the board should be compensated for that, and the negotiated rate was $2 per acre, or a little over $8,600 per year. We're also applying an escalator rate to the lease of 2.35% to keep pace with inflationary pressures, for a total annual return of $35,214.67 for the first year. To compare that with the revenue lost, as I indicated earlier, of $25,513, we've got a net increase of $9,701.29 from revenue off of the property. So in summary, Mr. Chairman, the financial side of the acquisition points to all positive indicators. While not as positive as we're accustomed to seeing in transactions, they are positive in that we are experiencing, or should experience, an appreciation rate gain of over 0.5%, or roughly $47,000 a year, and a use revenue gain of $9,700 per year. Mr. Chairman, we have, as you're aware, gone through the whole transaction process as indicated in the board's rules. This is the final action that we are asking of the board to either approve or disapprove this and allow us to move to closing or not. We have published our detailed analysis to the public. We have completed a public comment period, a 60-day public comment period. We have received numerous public comments regarding the transaction. All of them have been provided to you. All of them were positive towards the transaction, indicating an appreciation of the increased access component, as well as the economic benefit that may come to Southeast Wyoming. With the exception of two comments that were received late, indicated a desire to have motorized vehicles on the property, and that we may be able to gain revenue if we would allow motorized vehicles. And the second somewhat negative comment would be for the Albany County community to consider more environmental factors and not just financial ones. And those comments have been provided to you. We did hold a public hearing via Zoom, had several people attend that. It was successful. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the transaction. Really quickly, I'd be happy to stand for any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. And before we get too far into this, let me indicate that Mr. Doug Samuelson is a friend. I want to say that should I be compelled to vote, I would not receive any material gain or anything else. I'm just declaring that the appearance of a conflict is something that I want to be aware of and note to my fellow colleagues. With that, I will turn this over to others to begin discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a couple of questions. If the public testimony is over, or I can wait till all the public testimony is done.
Why don't we wait? I just wanted to ask if there were any particular questions of the board members to Deputy Director Crowder or other members of the staff. Any questions? Any questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
And this is for Mr. Crowder, and this question is because this is kind of a complex exchange. If at the end of the 5-year, as I understand, the special use lease would be for 5-year increments, I'm probably looking the wrong direction because the camera's over here. What pieces of this exchange are tied inextricably to the special use lease, and what happens in 5 years to some of the benefits that the state wants to see out of this exchange if we were to not renew the special use lease at the end of 5 years? Is there something we need to be watching out for?
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, that is a great question. The term of the lease is actually 25 years. with 5-year rent reviews at each period. We do anticipate this to be somewhat of a dynamic lease and to change over time based on the uses and experiences that Albany County Commissioners are able to apply to the property, and any changes that they may need, we would be able to bring them back to you and amend the lease. Excuse me. I do believe if Albany County decided not to pursue the lease any further and wish to cancel it at any time, there are a lot of groups out there that would step up and continue use of the property. Of course, there's always the return back to grazing that is available to us that's not contemplated in this lease. So that would be a revenue generator for us. But we currently have a lessee on a parcel just adjacent, just to the east side of Laramie, that has a recreational lease on it. So we understand that there is a market for this in the area, and sure to Albany County step back, we believe we could find another lessee to step in its shoes and then have other revenue generating opportunities available to us as well.
Please, Mr. Secretary.
And I appreciate that answer, and thank you for the clarification of the initial term. I had misread that. I understand the answer to be we can find someone to step in for the financial benefit, I guess, to maintain our roughly $35,000 a year rental fee, and probably more by then. But is there anything else that, with the restrictions and everything in here, that if we were not to lease it out at all, that we would lose some benefit of this bargain that we're entering into?
Another great question. The negotiations, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, the negotiations that we've had to date don't really anticipate another lessee other than Albany County. And should they step back, I guess we haven't really looked into that world to see if those restrictions should carry forward into the next lease. And I don't believe that we promised that they would. They would simply be a part of this lease. But again, we haven't really gone down that road too far.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Okay, thank you, Mr. Crowder. Any other follow-up questions? Any other? Mr. Bump, do we have people that wish to address the board? Chief Justice Kite, it's nice to see your name down there. Please feel free to address the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Governor and members of the board. I assume you can hear me okay?
We can.
Okay. I am going to speak today on behalf of the Pilot Hill Oversight Committee because chairman of our committee is Senator Chris Rothfuss, is living like all of you are living on Zoom, and he is in some legislative committees meetings today and unable to speak. But when this opportunity was first presented to Albany County, they set up a community committee called the Oversight Committee, representing different aspects of the community, and I've been serving on that committee for the last couple years. You know, we first want to just thank the staff. It's kind of amazing how much work they have put in over the last 2 years, and most especially being able to keep this process moving in this trying time that we're all in. It is a great service, we believe, to the public, and we thank them and all of the hours that they spent. We want to thank the landowners that are involved in this exchange, because obviously without their willingness, this wouldn't happen. But we want you to know, and I know you've received written comments, there is a substantial support for this project within Albany County and beyond. We have raised pretty close to $1 million, which has sustained the efforts to put this project together and will assist in the development of the improvements, the trails, and the facilities, which demonstrates, and this isn't a wealthy community, as you all know, but it demonstrates the depth of public support that's out there for the project. We are pleased that the state land analysis establishes that this exchange meets all of the state land management objectives. But obviously the part that we are most concerned about is the tremendous benefit it will provide to this end of the state. And you're all familiar with the success and use of Kurt Gowdy State Park, and we expect that to be replicated really on this side of the hill, which will generate substantial tax revenue increases that are not considered within this financial analysis. The state land, the staff's report uses as an example what was experienced in Boise, Idaho, when they did this kind of a recreational facility close to town, and it is measurable and significant. And in these times that we face, we all face in Wyoming, what is happening to our economy, we know that we have to look to diversification and to enhancing the other industries that exist in this state. And outdoor recreation and tourism is near the top of that list. So it is important to see, we think that that larger benefit, obviously your obligation is to protect the trust, and we respect that obligation. But we believe that this analysis down to the penny demonstrates that those trust lands will be generating more income than they are today. The other sort of difficult to quantify benefit is enhancing the opportunities to recruit businesses and recruit students to the University of Wyoming and recruit faculty. And what we hear from those responsible for those various entities, that they believe this will significantly improve Southeast Wyoming's ability to recruit business and support for the university. We have on the line also the chairman of our Albany County Commission, Terry Jones, who could answer any particular questions. And we have had as our project manager, for lack of a better title, Sarah Brown Matthews, who is also on the line, should you have questions, specific questions that I can't answer. But the bottom line, without taking more of your time, is that this is one heck of an opportunity. We are excited about it, and we are obviously hopeful that the board will see it in the same light that we do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chief Justice. Are there questions for Ms. Kite? Compelling arguments, Counselor. Very well done. Thank you. Does Mr. Jones wish to address the board?
I think that's Ms. Jones. Terry, I believe is one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. My apologies. Thank you. Marguerite Herman, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor and Board Land Commissioners, and I will speak very briefly. And so I appreciated the comments from Chief Justice Kite. I'll take a different tack a little bit. I do want to express appreciation for the arduous work of the Office of State Lands and Investment, Warren Livestock, Albany County, the Pilot Hill Group, and the University of Wyoming, all of them to achieve one of those rare occasions when everyone involved benefits, and from the hard work. So many parties, so many interests. I am chiefly concerned with the school trust, as you know, and its beneficiaries. But this arrangement has the happy result of increasing income for schools, making the land we now own easier to manage, recreation for the public, and protection of Laramie's water source. So I don't think it could actually have worked out better, but I just want to give credit that it wasn't easy, and give credit where it's due. I want to recognize the work, especially of OSLI in working, getting all the parties together. The use agreement, I think, is a key part of this, and performing all the underlying work of the appraisals. They, I think, as usual, do an extremely professional job that will stand up to scrutiny from anyone. And so, Governor, I think you and the Board of Land Commissioners should be very proud of this. It will serve so many interests in so many ways. And children, of course, of our state, the school children, but a whole lot of other people. And I failed to mention the economic development piece, which Ms. Kite did. So anyway, congratulations. Of course, we support it. I can't say enough. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Are there questions for Marguerite? Hearing none. Mr. Bump, any other individuals who wish to address? Okay, thank you. Mr. Treasurer, you wanted to reserve some questions?
Yeah, a couple of things there. And I think I may have gotten the answers. I guess the first one is for Jason. We had a range of 35,000 and the top range of that, was that due to the adjusted annually inflationary adjustment?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, the range that was noted in the detailed analysis was a product of the University of Wyoming sale. So when we were writing that detailed analysis was at the same time that sale was occurring. So we weren't sure if that sale would actually occur and where those infrastructure, the heavy use infrastructure like the parking lots and such would happen. And through the time after the detailed analysis was published and today, we've been able to, or I guess the Pilot Hill Group and the Albany County Commissioners have been able to more finalize what their plan for the property is, and have indicated to us that it would just be the trail system, which puts us closer to the lower end of that range that we noted.
Yeah, and that goes to another issue that was brought up about the potential for motorized vehicles, and there always seems to be I guess a forgetfulness to provide for parking at these different things. And my thought is that if we had a buffer area from the from I-80 or from the other public access areas that could be used for parking or for to provide I guess some commercial support for the recreational activities, as you enter the property, but to restrict it to a reasonable area of 400 meters or whatever would be reasonable. So you wouldn't have people parking on streets and parking on the edge of the right of way of I-80 or basically cutting through fences to get to the property. Those type of issues that you have if you don't plan for the parking. So we're fairly restrictive in the special use agreement. And I think that we should do some, I guess, some communication and negotiations as to whether or not there are some areas there where you could actually do those type of things that would impact the other areas negatively, but be able to provide for some entry portals to the property that has both parking and some commercialization to support the recreational aspect of the property. The other question I have is I didn't see anything in the lease which spelled out the liability if some old bike rider like me got up there and my ticker stopped working or something, So the liability aspect of it there, even though, we have, we wouldn't necessarily be sued, but I think that perhaps something in there that would provide for, an insurance policy from the local operator or whoever that would be, however they structure it, that would protect people up there from negligence or gross negligence would be appropriate to put into the lease, so people can feel like they are safe. The total exclusivity of it is a little bit troubling to me. I certainly think that, you can, exclude, all livestock in that area, to meet the wildlife aspects of it. But there's very few things that we reserve as far as the special reservations. And I think that may need to have some further discussion to see if there are things that we want to look at reserved, because we're limiting the income potential if we essentially turn the whole thing into a state park without any commercialization or any areas there. As far as the protection of the water aquifer, there is a Casper aquifer protection area that essentially allows for a great deal of protection already. I seriously doubt whether we're going to receive much more protection in this situation, other than if it was put to the highest and best use, which was 40-acre ranchettes. Getting to the appraisals, the income approach, I don't believe, was used in either area, and there are exceptions to the income approach if it's essentially supported with a lot of documentation why it wasn't used. But if you use the back of the envelope income approach, the return on these lands would be less than 1%, in some cases less than 0.5%, and that just seems like both of them are overinflated in the appraisal process, and perhaps the state lands more so than this property, as I don't think you would get comps. The comps, I'm not sure where they got the comps to support the state appraisal, because I haven't had an opportunity to look at that state appraisal. This is a very complex, I guess, arrangement that we're doing, and frankly, I haven't had time to look at all of the specifics to see whether or not it could be a better put together agreement. So, from that perspective, I don't think I've had time to do my due diligence on it. There are some areas that I think have a great benefit. I agree with the folks that have testified before here, as far as the things that are positive to the community. It's a quality of life issue. I think that's one of the things that we need to really focus on as far as economic development in the state. And I think this really hits the nail on the head from that aspect. It gets people out there in the outdoors. It allows them to recreate. And I think it has a lot of positive areas. But I think that there's some details that I think that the liability issue, the total exclusivity of the lease to the county commissioners, a few things like that probably needs a little bit more time to discuss. I think it's positive for the revenue for the program for education, and I think that's a big plus. But there's the underlying problem that we have in our state lands management and the restrictions that you guys operate under of 588 an animal unit. That's roughly 25-30% to the private rate. So it's frustrating to have to do transactions with one hand tied behind our back, but that's essentially the reality that we face right now. So those are some of the concerns I have. I think they can be, for the most part, addressed. And I think that this project can can move forward with maybe a little bit of further detail to the leases. And maybe those liability issues are already in that lease. I may have overlooked them.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I think there were a number of thoughts that you had. I don't know, Mr. Crowder, did you want to try to address some of those points?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'll speak to it from our perspective from the Office of State Lands and Investments. I know that through negotiations, there are always two sides, and so I'd like to invite the other side, if there are available, to comment as well. But from our perspective, the access component of your question is an appropriate one, and one that we did here in the beginning of our process. But we do feel like we're largely out of that conversation now with the acquisition by the University of Wyoming. All of those access points are on property that they currently own, and so they would be responsible for managing those to alleviate concerns as far as city street congestion and things like that. One thing that I did gloss over that I should highlight here is that one of the requirements of the lease is that the two properties be managed jointly. We mentioned a joint recreation board, and that may not be the proper description of the entity that's formed, but the expectation is that the user would have the same experience regardless of which property they're on. So they would have no idea, but having the university own that property, I feel like we wouldn't have the ability to dictate to them how access points are managed or placed, but they have heard the same concerns as well. And through touring the property, there is an access point from the very eastern end on Pole Mountain via a decent gravel road. So there's a lot of driving that can go on and does probably occur from that access point into the property that would lessen the impact on the city of Laramie or the interstate. And also driving through the canyon, which the very western edge of the canyon going into Laramie is where this property lies that we would currently own. There's an existing parcel of state trust land already there. And we don't have any issues with folks, no current issues anyway, with folks stopping along the interstate and crawling over. And possibly there could be some if there is more land to access. That's a very fair point. And we would manage that in concert with the Game and Fish Department, because that parcel lies directly adjacent to where the habitat protection area would be. And that's one of the trust land management objectives that I feel this transaction hits very, very well, is that leveraging of other entities to help us manage this property. And when the Game and Fish has a stick in the game, we've experienced great benefit from them policing with their wardens and with their habitat biologists of the area. And if there was an issue, we would rely on them to work that with us. The second component you brought up, Mr. Treasurer, is the liability one. And I think I should put that to our attorneys on the phone from the AG's office. I believe that is wrapped up into the lease, but I'm not sure exactly how, and they would be better served to explain that to you. The development potential of the 40-acre ranchettes is there, and that is the main driver of the value of the property. The highest and best use, as indicated in the appraisal, is to be split up into subdividable lots and ranchettes, and that's where the comparables that were used for the value are all of those type of properties. So that's very real there, and I don't know if I can explain that much more. I think I may have to rely on Mr. Samuelson, if he's on the phone, or his representative, Mr. Nicholas, to explain what that pressure would be, because they have actively looked into that potential and we've relied on their representations to understand what that is. And lastly, the appraisal process, Mr. Treasurer, you are correct that the heavy weight was placed on the comparative sales aspect of how you derive value of property, of the three buckets, and the income approach was not used for a couple of reasons. Number one is that there really wasn't much income on that property currently. It is owned by Mr. Samuelson. He does graze sheep on it, and that is the only income that is brought. So the potential for us to go forward was largely speculative at the appraisal stage. And so the appraisers didn't feel like that was valid enough data to use to really highlight and hit on the income approach of that property. Same with the state trust land. It is largely grazing. And in the world of ranch appraisals, I'm told the most reliable use is not necessarily the income approach, because it's not a heavy commercial type revenue stream that's coming in that's reliable and dependable, and something you can look at to be consistent over time to place an appropriate value on. So then they lean on the comparative sales approach. And specifically with the state trust land, we appraised each and every parcel individually. Only one of the groups, and that was in Albany County, did meet the muster to actually be combined into the larger acreage component. Each and every single one of them was isolated, other than those, as a 640 acre isolated parcel. So it's hard to do an income approach on that small of a parcel, and that small of a parcel, really the best value indicator based from the appraisal standpoint is that comparative sales, and that's what we use, which would increase your value per acre because you're looking at a smaller acre component. You have many more parcels on the market you can derive value from as far as comparables, and that's what the appraisal is used. And my last point, I guess to help answer the question of the treasurer for the appraisals, was that all of the appraisals were done per USPAP standards. The appraisal of the Pilot Hill property was completed by a certified general appraiser to complete that report. He was hired by Mr. Samuelson, so we didn't have influence on his report. Once he was done, we did review it by our 2 internal certified general appraisers. They did not nitpick the value. They nitpicked the process and how the value was determined, and ensured that it met USPAP standards. Conversely, on the state land side, our appraisers did an immense amount of work to pull all of the data together to appraise all of those properties. In fact, it was the highest priority of our office, and a lot of other uses got pushed to the side a little bit until these guys could finish that work. But they are USPAP certified, general certified appraisers as well. We asked Mr. Samuelson to pick a review appraiser. He picked Mr. Sherman to do that. So an independent certified general appraiser reviewed all the work that our staff did and agreed that it did comply with USPAP standards as well. And one of the important things to note in all of these transactions, especially when they get to this complexity, as you've noted, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples as much as possible. And when you have differing appraisal parties in the transaction, sometimes those apples start to look a little bit different. But having Mr. Sherman appraise the Pilot Hill property, our staff review it, and then our staff appraise the state lands properties, and Mr. Sherman review that, we feel like we are very close to an apples to apples comparison. Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any other questions or expand on those answers if I didn't hit the mark.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Thank you, Treasurer. Are there other questions of Mr. Crowder? Mr. Secretary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in looking at some of the comments, and this is for the benefit of the public out there who have asked a few questions with regard to special use leasing, there was one request in there regarding the methodology by which we determine who will be granted a special use lease, if there's a competitive bid process, or whether or not there were any other interested parties. I think you mentioned that before. Albany County might have been one of the only real interested parties in it. But there's some questions that we received in the public comment about that process. So if we could get an answer to that, I think it would be beneficial to those listening in.
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, a great question. And throughout this process, really, Albany County was the entity that we were dealing with. We didn't receive any other offers to lease the property from anybody else. We didn't solicit for offers either. It is important to us in this process to make sure that we can realize the returns that I noted earlier as quickly as possible. And Albany County has positioned themselves to be able to start management of this property and make payment as soon as we close, the day we close, actually, which is something that we feel very important. The other part is the sustainability nature of it. They presented a plan that would allow us to feel very comfortable that the risk is very low as far as degradation of the property going forward, a harm to that appreciation rate that I mentioned earlier going forward. They feel very passionate about the property. It seems to be very policing within the community, and everybody in the community seems to be on the same page as far as what should occur out there and the benefits that should go on long term. So the sustainability is something that's also very important to us when we are looking at these properties. And it's not to say that other users wouldn't be good stewards of the land, and possibly at the end of this 25-year term, we could look at expanding that to other users to solicit other bids. I would anticipate that Albany County would also be interested in bids of higher and better uses of the property as we go forward to further the economic development. However, to date, the Albany County is the only entity we've discussed, and some of that is because of the way the property was presented to them and then presented to us, that Albany County was the entity to move forward with.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Bump, I believe we have some hands raised.
Mr. Chairman, this is Marilyn Kite. I don't know how it works for folks on the phone, but I believe we have a representative of the landowner on the phone, Phil Nicholas, that would like to speak, and I don't know how to make that happen, so just raise that.
Do we have to? No, I'm kidding.
Good question.
Mr. Bump, maybe there's a way that we can connect with Mr. Nicholas, former President Nicholas. I think you said that Sarah Brown Matthews is also wanting to address the board.
I believe Sarah is just available if we had questions that can't be answered. And I certainly, Sarah, if you think some of these questions might be better addressed by you, I did want to, with regard to Treasurer Meyer's questions about the parking and the structure and the access, we have hired a consulting firm that has prepared a preliminary plan. And one thing we have done, I think, well, is get the community all involved to discuss just kinds of things you're talking about, is how's this really going to affect the neighbors. That plan was vetted at two public meetings and will continue to be vetted. It was very preliminary, but we will be structuring parking and access in the best possible way to minimize impact on neighbors and to make it clear to the public that they access the property at those approved access points. So I see this as a little bit fluid, and some of these details of the lease will be continued to be negotiated as we go along, so that we have all parties opportunity to have input. But the public certainly has had input to date on 3 or 4 occasions and will continue to. Sarah, is there anything you want to add if you're available?
Thank you, Marilyn. This is Sarah Brown Matthews, representing the Pilot Hill Project working committees. Governor Gordon and Treasurer Meyer, I also just wanted to reiterate, we do actually have several options for different parking opportunities. Some property owned by the city that's adjacent land, the university adjacent land, as well as some land that is owned by private landowners. And we've approached quite a few different entities to solve the very issue that you brought up so eloquently, Treasurer Meyer. I also just wanted to say that within the total exclusivity question, we are working closely with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in the hopes that their commission will also approve their partnership on this and the management of the wildlife habitat management area. They did specifically request that we allow the option for grazing in that area because it may be very beneficial to helping them strengthen the habitat quality of the area. We felt that the experience that has been on the property in terms of sheep grazing and the accessibility by people hiking or biking would not be a positive experience for the grazing entity or for those recreating within the recreation corridor. So you're correct in noting that we do not anticipate feeling like that would be a positive manner in which to manage the area to the northern corridor, which will be primarily recreation trails, and make it feasible for grazing to occur in that area. But we do make a commitment to this board that we really want to be sure that we're managing the land in the best possible manner, and certainly generating revenue for the ongoing needs of the state, and making sure that we're able to manage and maintain the property to its best and highest use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Brown Matthews. Any questions for Sarah?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer.
And this may be rhetorical, Sarah, but I think that you disagree with the appraiser that the best and highest use is 40-acre ranchettes. So I think you guys are concerned about the best and highest use actually being the recreational value and open spaces that the property has the potential to provide. I think that we can get together perhaps with former President Nicholas and figure out to maybe some language that allows some flexibility in the future there, but there may be that opportunity. I think there may be some areas that they may offer a portal area there that would allow more points of access. I just know the public, and from being in the agricultural business, that if somebody sees a way in and they got a pair of fence cutters, that they seem to take that way. There's not everybody is as I guess as nice as we'd like to see them.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Any follow-up? Mr. Bump, there. Thank you, Mr. Samuelson. If you may be on mute, so go ahead.
This is Doug. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks.
Very good. I really appreciate all the work everybody's done. We've been doing this actually for longer than 2 years. We've been working with that group in Laramie for over 3 years, and it gets very discouraging. But since we purchased this property 20 years ago, this is the 4th time that the public has tried to acquire some access to get to the forest. The University of Wyoming is the only university on the Front Range that doesn't have access to public land. And of course, when CSU and CU and the Air Force Academy have something we don't have, I'd like to see that, speaking as a University of Wyoming alumnus. It's an incredible piece of land, and then I get seller's remorse when I see it. Go, oh my goodness, it's so awesome up on top. And I think the group's done wonderful. They've tried so hard to raise the money. We came up with the idea of a trade. We had a wonderful example of this this statute that the legislature put in about 1999, and I was in the legislature at that time, and we had some good support from the state, and we were able to make that X-Bar Ranch trade. It was just kind of a test run, and this one isn't going nearly as smooth, but I think we're going to get it done. But it's a wonderful part of, I want to keep that legacy alive of the open space in the University of Wyoming and Laramie. When I go to football games, I look up on that hill, and I've always done it before we even owned the ranch. And unfortunately, I was cleaning up broken bottles one time, and I realized that's where I'd been to a party, trespassing on Warren livestock. And I think I might have been part of the problem. I kind of owe it to this land to keep it clean and nice and available to the public. I wasn't against the motorized vehicles. I think some of the people that say you're not a young 20-year-old athlete that can ride a bike to the top of Pilot Hill, or you can't run to the top of Pilot Hill in the annual race. I think there's some ways to access it, but there's you can drive clear up to those towers on Pilot Hill, and hopefully that'll be an access point that the forest is there right now. Hopefully that we can use this, and I think that is something that Senator or Treasurer Myers, now I served with him as Senator Myers, that we could have a point like that, and I think Ms. Matthews has talked to us about that, and that's probably something that can happen in the future. But if anybody has any questions for me, I'm willing to try to answer them. And I appreciate all the 5 elected officials. They take this job to heart, and I just kind of admire everything they go through.
Thank you, Mr. Samuelson. Are there questions for Mr. Samuelson? Are there questions? Thank you, Ben. Is there another? Mr. Weaver, I believe if you'd like to address the board, we are happy to hear from you. And thank you, Doug, very much for addressing the board.
You're welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Weaver. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you very much for just a quick opportunity to speak to a couple of these issues. I want to affirm what you've already heard from a few of the previous individuals that have given you some input here. I can tell you that the city of Laramie has certainly put some thought and some preliminary planning into trying to be a good partner with both the county and the university, addressing some of the issues that I heard raised around parking and some of those other concerns. We believe that we will be able to be a helpful agency in addressing some of those concerns, and we have done some preliminary work, and even in the last few years, some property acquisition that may have an impact on at least some of that. So I wanted to share that with the board, and I also wanted to just share a general comment about how incredibly enthusiastic many of the people in the city of Laramie are about this project moving forward and some of the opportunities that we think it's going to unlock for us. And I also think that was an excellent point raised just a moment ago by Mr. Samuelson regarding the opportunity for the university to link up with that public lands access that this is potentially going to provide for us. I think that's an excellent point, and I think it's one of the benefits that we're looking forward to with this project moving forward. But I can tell you that the city anticipates playing a role as a partner in helping to address some of those access issues in terms of being an immediately adjacent neighbor that can provide some assistance with those. So I wanted to share that with you, and that's all I would have for the board, and I do very much appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Members of the board, are there questions for Mr. Weaver? Hearing none and seeing no indication. Mr. Bump, is there anyone else wishing to address the board? Thank you, Mr. Bump. Any further questions, or what's the pleasure of the board? Mr. Secretary.
One other thing I wanted to address, and maybe Mr. Crowder is the best person to answer this, I'm just guessing, but with regard to motorized use and Mr. Samuelson talking about that issue, and you've got a parcel that's north of the interstate, and then one that's south of the interstate. That's correct? Am I correct in that? Yes. Okay. See a nod. So there's some in the comments that talk about existing trails on, I believe, the southern parcel that give direct access to the Forest Service land. And I guess what I'd want to know is what are the possibilities? Forget the actual Pilot Hill portion for a moment. Just concentrate on that southern piece. What are the possibilities, or what would we need to do to allow motorized use on that portion on the existing trail that was mentioned as we move towards consideration of this? What would we need to do? Can we do anything for that, just that parcel?
Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer that question.
Thank you. Mr. Crowder, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I think that's a great question, and I'm not intimately familiar with the trail that we're discussing, but the process to change any of that would be a simple amendment to the lease. We would bring back that request to change to allow motorized vehicles on a certain portion of the property and allow you to change the lease to that. And we could do that anytime during the term of the lease. I think the thing that we would like to do internally before we provided that to you would be to reach back out to Mr. Samuelson, just to be that good neighbor and to continue management of the property in a way that he intended it to be when offering us this opportunity, and just to see what his thoughts were going forward, and we provide that to you as well.
And I appreciate that. And again, I understand on the northern portion, I really do kind of understand the limitation on that, and why Mr. Samuelson, if you're still listening, I understand completely why you want to keep that, pristine, and it's so beautiful over there. I just wondered if there was an opportunity, because once we do this, you can make the request as you say, but if no one can agree to it now, they're probably not going to agree to it later, especially after this is done. And even if Mr. Samuelson would be amenable to some motorized traffic on the southern side, if your lessee is not interested in that, and maybe that just applies to the north side, I don't know, but who would we need to get to agree subsequent to us approving this for that for motorized traffic on the southern piece?
Mr. Chairman, it would have to come from our applicant, Albany County Commissioners, and then we would have discussions with Mr. Samuelson. I'd also like to note that the southern portion of the property is where the Game and Fish has identified their important habitat area. And so if I'm sure that the Albany County Commissioners would reach out to Game and Fish and try to see if that was an opportunity within that designated area, and to see if it would fit within the plan that Marilyn Kite was mentioning as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any follow-up from members of the board? Mr. Bump, any further comment? Yes, Ms. Brown, Matthews, please feel free to address the board.
Thank you, Governor. And Mr. Secretary of State, I just wanted to clarify, as Jason mentioned, that is the area that the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has helped us identify as the most critical portion of the Pilot Hill property boundary for wildlife habitat, elk herds and pronghorn, as well as some moose habitat up in there that is quite fragile. We are in ongoing conversations with the Forest Service, the Medicine Bow National Forest unit, is working closely with us to make sure that there will be connectivity within trails and easy access for parking for users who would like to access the property from the top rather from the bottom. So we do intend to have parking and the option available for people to get close to the property boundary via motorized vehicle. But at the current time, we are not anticipating motorized use on the property other than for emergency reasons that might be needed. I'm not sure that any of the Pilot Hill boundary is south of the interstate, and I may have misunderstood what you were saying, Mr. Secretary, but all of our project area is to the north of I-80. So there is a small section of state land, you're right, that is south of I-80, but that is not included in this Pilot Hill property proposal packet. Am I understanding your question correctly, or did I misunderstand what you said?
Mr. Secretary.
No, you didn't misunderstand. We're on the same page.
And did I answer any of the questions that you're concerned?
Ma'am, I think you adequately addressed my question / concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Any further question? Mr. Bump, any further comments? At this point, board, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I think I need a little clarification. I apologize as to what the, I feel like the alternative option I got a little muddy on. So if that could maybe be clarified, that would be helpful to me.
Madam Auditor, please yeah, that's great. Thank you. Who would you address that to?
Mr. Chairman, I guess Deputy Director Crowder, and I think what I heard is some desire to leave a pathway open to explore motorized vehicles, but then what I think I heard is that that's on the the piece most important for habitat, and I don't know that those two will work together. So but I just don't know whether. So I think if Jason had something to clarify there as to the options that we do or do not have.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, please, Mr. Crowder.
Madam Auditor, a great point, and I think that needs to have additional conversation to be able to provide some clarity. As Ms. Matthews indicated, that we need to ensure that the game and fish identified areas do not conflict with the motorized use, or at least we need to understand if there is a conflict so we can have a better conversation about that going forward. And to have a better conversation with Mr. Samuelson as well. That is a requirement that was on the original buy-sell agreement that has carried through to this lease that the board just say is also being compensated for at a rate of $2 per acre. So I don't know that we're talking about the compensation as an issue, but the ability for the public to do that type of activity on the property is more of the issue at hand, and that does need to be a further conversation with the Game and Fish, the Albany County Commissioners, and Mr. Samuelson moving forward. I'll also note that we are presenting the lease and the transaction at this board meeting at the same time. Typically, we may punt the lease until a future board meeting to ensure that we properly secured it. We were given direction by Governor Meade when we started this that both of these be presented here at the same time. So we're moving a little bit quickly and may not have all the answers to these very specific type of questions. But again, we have the ability to amend this lease anytime into the future, as all the parties have indicated.
Thank you, Mr. Crowder. Is there follow-up, Auditor?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Treasurer, and I will note that we have a couple of hands that have gone up.
Oh, okay,
so-
I can wait.
Okay. Mr. Bump. Mr. Nicholas, it's good to hear your voice. Sorry for the jab just a moment ago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the jab. It makes me wish I was there to jab right back, and particularly jab towards Senator Meyer, because he needs it a lot. But Mr. Chairman, I've got to be gone about 15 minutes to go to a dental appointment that I'm really looking forward to. But what I wanted to tell the committee is that when you look at your application and it says that there was an application made by Doug Samuelson, that's really not accurate. As soon as I got in the legislature, shortly after, there was a group in Laramie called the Albany County Citizens for Open Spaces. And they were largely connected with the Hobbs School, and they went around the state, including Albany County, and identified areas that should be an open space preserved forever. One of the spaces that the Albany County Citizens for Open Spaces identified was this area. It is, in fact, the viewscape to Laramie. Shortly after that, it became clear when the University of Wyoming was looking to expand the golf course and maybe put a residential development, another group spawned out called the Albany County Citizens for Clean Water. And they ultimately joined as a group. It was a large, diverse group to say, look, this is an area that needs to be preserved, not only for the open spaces, but also to protect the aquifer, the water resources of the community. The community approached me, and it was about 2010 or 11, as I recall. We had a large dinner at my house with Governor Matt Mead, and the community asked me to approach the Samuelsons and ask them if they would work with us to find a way to preserve this property. Through 2010 through 2011, it looked like we might be able to do an exchange with a ranch that University Foundation owned in part called the Y-Cross. Senator Meyer will recall that we had a $10 million appropriation in the legislature to complete that exchange, and it fell at one of the last meetings of the legislature during that year. The community came back to me and said, look, what can we do? We've got to find a way to preserve this. And at that time, I said, I don't know what you can do other than wait till the owners of the property decide that they want to sell it. Years later, about 3 or 4 years ago, the family, and you've heard from Doug, they unfortunately lost an important member of their family, which required that they raise some resources to pay out one of the family members of their family. They identified the property for sale that was the most valuable and the easiest to sell, and they were perimeter properties. One was this property, which is next to the city of Laramie, that has water, access, all the things necessary for development. And the other areas that they identified were south of Cheyenne near the Swan development. And when I learned that they were prepared to list the property, I said, well, what was your listing price? And I said, would you be willing to offer that to the Albany County for that price? And they said, sure. We didn't like the last experience, but we'll try it one more time. So I said, look, we'll offer it to the county for your listing price. The family and Doug Samuelson, who has a lot of real estate value, knew what it was worth, and they put a listing price. I think it was about $13 million. We went to the county, and at that time, I went around and met with members of the community and said, what's it going to take to get this to work well? You have community members in Laramie that wanted no development and no activity on it, and those were principally the supporters for clean water. And then you had members of the community that wanted to recreate on it in terms of walking and running. You had folks that want to take their ATVs out, and there was a lot of mud bogging. And in fact, the state, you will know this because you have a state section that's in this property, and you had to limit and reduce motorized vehicles to prevent permanent damage to it. And you did limit that. So I made a list of requirements that were going to be covenants on the property, that it would have to be owned by public lands. It would have to be managed without motorized vehicles. And all of those criteria were set up because of my 20 years experience representing Albany County, what I thought it would take to reach a consensus for the community. In fact, I think the reason that we're here is because that list has become accepted by the community. With respect to parking, the best parking, frankly, is on your real estate, which is, we call it now called the schoolyard, which is the state section next to 45th Street. There's an old quarry that was there that was mined out by Mono Portland Cement Company almost 100 years ago. And it's a spectacular place for parking. I would like to see that property exchanged from the university to you. I think it makes sense. But there's great parking, there's resources here for everyone. But we're here because this community has been consistently resilient and understanding the value of this as the viewscape, as an asset to the University of Wyoming, as an asset to the city of Laramie to preserve the water. And we know it has great subdivision qualities, but frankly, 20 years ago, Mr. Treasurer, or 10 years ago, we probably would have put a conservation easement on it. And we had those funds. Those funds are gone away. I think over time, the school trust will have the opportunity to sell it to parks or to keep it in the public. But the requirements that you see that have brought forward from the original sale to the Albany County have proven to be resilient, proven to be what the community wants and what's necessary to get this here before you. So, Mr. Treasurer, I would urge that you be cautious in changing what were the original covenants that we put on the property. And those covenants were going to be put into the sale, but in order to make sure that we had clean deeds, we agreed that we would not impose the covenants in the deeds. Rather, we would expect the state lands and the board, we would hope that you would implement the spirit of those covenants, which says, look, this is open space, it's for recreation, it's to be managed in the same way we manage Kurt Gowdy and the areas in between. And as soon as you begin introducing vehicles, all those things, you begin to lose constituency of support. And I think what you have here today is a spectacular project that has been building for at least 15 years during my legislative career. And now I appreciate the fact that the Samuelsons have hung with us so long to get here. But I think it's a well thought out plan. Those covenants that were in there were covenants that I think it took me 2 years to develop, and in talking with many, many groups. And I think the testament to their completeness and acceptance is the fact that we're here today. Thank you very much, and I'll end my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. All of us appreciate your comments. Are there questions for Mr. Nicholas? Hearing none. And Mr. Bump, I don't believe we have anybody else. So we're back again for me asking the pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman,
Madam Auditor.
I can certainly start us out, and I think that all the concerns and discussions that have brought up have been more than valid. And I know that you and the superintendent and have had a longer opportunity than some of us to participate in this project from the beginning. And I think it's easy to, with this one item on this one meeting on this one day, I think it is easy for me and for us to forget the years of community planning and the multiple opportunities for public input. And this is not to, again, not to push away any of the concerns, but the content of the commentary we've received and the commentary that I've received personally on this project since taking office 1.5 years ago are overwhelmingly in support of this project. And so I would start us off by moving the director's recommendation that we approve completion of the proposed exchange contingent upon conveyance of acceptable title and terminate the related grazing and agricultural leases 17494, 18703, 17463, and amend grazing and agricultural leases 16982 and 17150 to remove the acres contemplated in the aforementioned exchange.
Thank you, Madam Auditor, for your motion. Is there a second? Is there a second? Superintendent, I believe that's a second. Is that correct?
It is, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I'm having a little bit of trouble with my audio this morning. Not just user error and not being on mute or being on mute, but I'll second that motion. And I also just want to say that I think one of the reasons that the State Board of Land Commissioners exists is to have this opportunity to take our precious parcels of land on a case-by-case basis. And while we do have first and foremost a fiduciary responsibility, we also have a multitude of responsibilities that don't fit into a statute or any kind of binary guidance. This is what you do in this situation or this situation. And Pilot Hill really from beginning to end has fit in that non-binary category. And while you, Governor, and I have had an opportunity to learn more about the project as we go, and I'm really grateful for that. You know, I think it will continue to be a pretty dynamic target for us to hit. And, you know, that we need to contemplate fiduciary responsibility alongside all of the other opportunities that this exchange provides. You know, from the get-go, I think that you would be pressed to find someone who was against the many benefits to Wyomingites that this exchange proposes. But the devil is always in the details, right? That said, I think it's really important for us to continue to move forward. And I also, you know, just applaud those who are on the advisory committee or council, the Pilot Hill Advisory Council, those who have provided public input, as well as the staff at the Office of State Lands and the folks on the board for just constantly really trying to understand the details of this transaction, as well as to eliminate the politics or the potential politics that can come into play. So with that, I'll second the motion and enter that as my comments along the way.
Thank you, Superintendent. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yeah,
Mr. Meyer, I think I recognize you.
The question I have is that, you know, I think this all should be contingent upon, you know, negotiation of the special lease, because if for whatever reason that doesn't move through, or there's areas in there that we think needs addressed and they don't get addressed, then essentially we have a non-incompatibility producing piece of property. I think it's reasonable to have the, to have the time to negotiate the, look at the lease and see if there's anything in there. I did see that we do have an indemnification for the state from the leasee, but there's nothing about whether or not the county has to have any insurance other than the policy that they have with our state insurance, which really isn't much of a policy at all. So I'm a little bit reticent about supporting it without the contingency of the lease being, I guess, approved, and issues that were brought forth here to take a look at. And the biggest one I know is a concern that perhaps of the community is the use of any motorized vehicles. But the biggest thing that I see is it's the exclusivity of it just pretty much precludes the state from getting anything more out of the property except for this one area. Even if the game and fish come on for another use, there's no possibility of getting money out of that. We're just essentially signing all of the rights away to the county commissioners. And, I don't see anything in here that says that other uses rather than the intended use come about, that the state's going to get anything out of it like we do with our regular farm leases. And maybe it's in there, I don't know. But I guess we could ask Jason whether or not we have that ability, if something else is that the leasee adds something to it, whether or not we have the opportunity to receive any of that income.
So thank you, Mr. Treasurer. I'm going to allow a little latitude here, because I guess I was thinking that we need to stay on motion. But Director, do you have a comment?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note that I understand what's before the board at this point is consideration of H1, which is the land exchange itself, and then D9, which involves the special use lease. And one of the things that we had noted that we were going to ask the board when we got to the lease portion of this was to make it conditioned on, first, the successful closing of the Pilot Hill exchange, because there's no reason to have the lease without that. But also, it's my understanding that the Albany County Attorney still needs to review the lease, as does our Attorney General, to approve it. So also make the lease conditioned on that approval. It's my belief that at that point in time, we could address some of these additional terms as the lease isn't final. But, noting that we do have the sovereign immunity and the indemnity provisions, to the extent that there might be some additional liability concerns, all of that, in my judgment, could be ironed out as that discussion between the Attorney General and the Albany County Attorney. So I would just put that out there for the board's consideration.
Thank you, Director. Is there further discussion? Mr. Secretary.
And just a comment on Ms. Scoggins' comment there. But if we get to that point, we need to have a vote on this, but when we get to that next point, if we make it contingent upon the closing and review, will this board have another opportunity, if we wanted it, and to Treasurer Meyer's point, if we wanted it, to talk about, consider, and change or vote on that lease again? I don't think we would. So I just want to point that out as a point of process for those who are asking about the lease, that they just need to consider that. So that's maybe a discussion for when we get there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary, yes, you're correct that the approval, if you will, would have been done by the board. But my thought would be that, you know, before the Attorney General's office and the Albany County Commissioners pass on it, that we're still communicating internally about what that looks like. But you're right, the board would have approved it previous to that.
So I'm just going to note that we have not yet approached item D9, and so there are opportunities. Treasurer.
Yeah, just clarification on something that Jason said earlier in the discussion. And I believe he characterized that or represented that we could amend this lease at any time. And I didn't know if there was anything in here that specifically in reservations that reserved the right for amendment.
So, yeah, and I want to keep us on track with, so Treasurer, you're really talking about item H1, or are you talking about the lease?
Well, I'm talking about the lease, but really my vote is yes or no is contingent on whether or not, you know, how much flexibility we have in the lease. So that's why I'm bringing it up. But I think there's 4 votes there anyway, so I won't beat a dead horse. You guys can go ahead and run with it.
Treasurer, my intent there was not anything other than to say that we have a motion and a second, and I just want to stay in order and on the motion, if that's proper. Appreciate the other concerns, though. Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? So with that, we'll all in favor, why don't I do this by roll call? Mr. Secretary. Aye. Mr. Secretary votes aye. Madam Auditor.
Aye.
Madam Auditor votes aye. Mr. Treasurer.
Aye.
Mr. Treasurer votes aye. Madam Superintendent.
Aye.
Madam Superintendent votes aye. Director, I will abstain from this vote. Thank you. That motion carries. Next matter. And thank you, Mr. Samuelson and others who, Marilyn Kite and Sarah Brown Matthews. Thank you very much for your, and Mr. Weaver for your comments.
Mr. Chairman, that does then bring up the D9, which is the approval of the special use lease that would accompany this property. The board matter itself describes that it's a 25-year lease, which would allow 25.5 miles of trails, non-motorized activities. It would include the restrictive covenants, the habitat management, and all those details for which the trust beneficiaries would be compensated. As I noted, there were concerns expressed by the treasurer about liability. I know that there is sovereign immunity and indemnity in here. But what is recommended is that the board approve the application for the special use lease with the described additional provisions of a term of 25 years with an annual rental of $35,214.67, adjusted annually by 2 3/35% to offset inflationary pressure, and the lease shall be subject to 5-year rental reviews. As I noted, we also recommend, and this is not in the director's recommendation that is before you in the board book, but we also recommend approval to be conditioned upon successful closing of the Pilot Hill exchange and final review and approval of the lease terms by the Attorney General's office and the Albany County Board of Commissioners. The director further recommends that the Albany County Commissioners be required to place a sign on the site identifying the special use lease number. And of course, approval of the application is not considered approval of the applicant's estimated value of improvements. And I guess I would just note too that I believe Jason's description of how this can be amended to address these issues of motorized vehicles and things like that. I think that that is still a possibility here, but it would be nice to be able to proceed with the plan as outlined for the Pilot Hill project and the community and all of that, and this gets us closer to that goal, realizing, of course, that if the board would prefer for us to go back to the drawing board on a different type of special use lease, we can do that too.
Thank you, Madam Director. Just a quick point of clarification to the point that the secretary made. At present, the consideration for application of special use lease, those materials have not been reviewed either by the AG or the Albany County Attorney. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's my understanding.
And this is probably a bit unfair to ask you, but in the past, it would seem to me that the final product of the review and other things would come back before this board.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Deputy Director Crowder on that. Has that been the case before, Deputy?
Director, typically, yes. On all the special use leases that we historically presented to the board, they've all been largely boilerplate. And so, yes, they've seen the final version. And if there was a change to the actual terms of the lease document, we attached those as we did here, and the board would have final discretion to approve or disapprove. This would be an abnormality to that process to allow us to move forward with those negotiations and not provide it to the board again.
Okay, thank you. With that, I see the superintendent has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we were looking at a different piece of land in the reverse process, which this board has done many times, where we restrict access on a piece of land, say to recreational shooting, do we then, once we've gone through our process, I understand if you get a complaint or deem it worthy of restricting, you post, then you bring it to the board, we make a determination, and then is a special use permit or document drawn up, as in this case of Pilot Hill? Or what does the reverse of that look like? We're putting restrictions out in front through a special use permit or document, a binding document. And so what does the reverse look like when we have something open and then we restrict it? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Crowder, would that be yours, or Director, would that be yours?
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to Deputy Crowder on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. So the inverse would be that we place that restriction at the parcel level. So it's separate from any leasing vehicle. It's strictly at the parcel level, which you have management authority over. This is a little bit of a weird situation in that the Albany County Commissioners are allowing the public at large to access their leased area. And they're offering for that the amenities of trails and parking areas and things like that. And they are restricting the use to be everything but motorized vehicles. So it is a little bit of a weird situation where we're applying it, quasi-applying it at the lease level rather than the land level. But to answer your question, that's strictly at the land level, separate from any other leasing vehicle.
Thank you, Deputy Director. Are there further questions for the staff? Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. That brought up an interesting concept, I think, Jason, when you said the parcel level. Can we lease this by parcels? and reserve the right in the lease to, I guess, every 5 years, omit one of the parcels for whatever reason the state might want to have without affecting the rest of the lease.
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, I believe you do have the ability to do that. You can approve this lease to be written in any way you deem fit. What I would just mention is that through negotiations to get to the point and to work on the opportunity that we have in front of us, those have bled into the lease encompassing the whole property, and that these types of restrictions on the lease not be on the deed, but at the lease level, as Mr. Nicholas represented. So our negotiations thus far has brought us to here. You obviously have the power to change that any way you deem fit. And if I would have to reach back to the Attorney General's office to see if the lease didn't comport with the intent that the landowner sold us the property under, they may have the ability to back out of that transaction. I'm not sure, but that could be an outcome.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, follow up. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I think the lease provides that under extenuating circumstances, either party can back out. But what my thoughts are is that, and I think the superintendent brought it up, is that in the thing of shooting, I think there's probably some areas there that might be really good shooting ranges, but you sure wouldn't want a bike trail going through those, and that's, and those are areas that if you carved out a parcel that was a great area for a shooting range, just as a parcel, that that might be an opportunity. And I'm trying to figure out somewhere where all of the I know a lot of the public input has probably said what they want, and right now it's at open spaces, wildlife, and bike trails. But there's probably other special interest groups out there that, if we're going to have this open access, that we want to be able, I think, to have the flexibility at some point in time to do something along those lines. Another issue I was concerned about was, or just I needed some information on, and this is to Jason, Mr. Chairman, is does this land border that Sherman Hills project over there, right off Grand Avenue? Is it on each side of that, north and south of it, or east and west of it, however the compass goes?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of the Sherman Hills project, but I don't think we go all the way to Grand Avenue with this property.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Are there further comments for the staff? Hearing none. Mr. Bump, I wonder if Chairman Jones would be available. Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to attend the meeting. The Sherman Hills project is actually Sherman Hills. It's a residential area. And the Pilot Hill project does border the Sherman Hills housing area. We've had meetings with those residents. They would like to have 50 to 100 yard buffer between the residential boundary and the public use of Pilot Hill. So we have spent considerable time working with those folks that live up there. Does that answer your question, Treasurer?
Well, yeah, and we do go all the way to I-80 then with this property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what I'm proposing, Mr. Chairman, is probably something the community at this time doesn't really want, is allowing, some area around I-80 to have, right across from Walmart and that area there, to have some commercial value if it doesn't affect the underlying aquifer. And I think most of the underlying aquifer is to the north of there, from what I understand the well placement in that area. It just seems the state is giving away a tremendous asset that could support the children of our school districts across the state, by giving away, basically commercial highway property in exchange for open spaces that's right next to an interstate. It seems like a short-sighted view if it's just a small ribbon along the highway. But that's a question I guess we can ask ourselves when we're really up against that $1.5 billion budget concern.
Mr. Treasurer?
Yes.
Actually, the area that runs along the Grand Avenue area that's part of this is quite fragile for the aquifer and really is in need of protection from commercial use there, because that is quite fragile.
So, Chairman, just a quick clarification for me. If you're applying for the special use lease and the special use lease has provisions for amendment, and I understand those haven't been fully reviewed at this point, should it be possible at a later date to think about amending those leases to provide for commercial activities? We've had this experience with Riverton. Would that be something that the commissioners would probably recommend?
Speaking, of course, for myself, I think that there is importance in having commercial use in that area, because the people that will be utilizing the Pilot Hill will need commercial amenities. I mean, they're going to need to have some restaurants, perhaps bike shops, hiking shops. And I do believe that that's something that we would definitely need to consider.
Okay, thank you. Further, do I see, Superintendent, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman.
Auditor.
Sorry to belabor the point, but I feel like the county commissioners have been involved in this fairly in depth, and all the interested parties, and I certainly have not participated in their local efforts. And so my question is, I would imagine that this is not the first time that the motorized versus non-motorized has come up. And given that we have Commissioner Jones and Justice Kite, I'm just wondering if they could add a little more color on what the public commentary in Laramie, especially Commissioner Jones, given that that board is an elected body responsible to its constituents, what they are hearing from their community and how they ended up with this request for specifically non-motorized vehicles.
There was great discussion about the motorized, non-motorized. When you combine everything, and I know that Kurt Gowdy's combined lots of different And I'm not sure how motorized Kurt Gowdy is, but when you have people that are walking, people that are riding bikes, and people that are horseback, adding motorized to that can sometimes be very challenging. And it was presented to us as a non-motorized property. We only had one small group that was very insistent on wanting to have motorized. But the vast majority of all of the people have not wanted to have any motorized vehicles on the property. And that's the group that wanted to talk about motorized was relatively small. I had often thought about having a strip that would run along the interstate up to the forest that could be motorized, so people could get from down below to the forest right along the interstate, because there's a lot of noise generated by the interstate. However, that's the critical habitat for elk right along there. And so they felt that the Game and Fish felt that that was inappropriate to run an area along that. Plus trying to contain motorized vehicles from going places that it's inappropriate. And everyone knows motorcycles don't get along very well with horses. Did that answer your question? And then Marilyn may need to add something to that too.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Jones. And I see Auditor, do you have a follow-up on that?
So, Mr. Chairman, horses are anticipated to be allowed.
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Kite.
Well, I don't know if I can add any clarity to this, but it has been a discussion that has been here from the beginning and has been through multiple public discussions. And the consensus has always been, this is not an appropriate piece of property to have motorized vehicles on, because we're going to have a difficult enough time controlling the people that are mountain biking and hiking and on horses. And we've all experienced the situations where motorized vehicles are allowed. And if we talked about the strip along the interstate, and the Game and Fish conflict is obvious. On top of that, I don't think it takes much imagination to think what that would look like. And there would be essentially a speedway going up the side of the property, whether it's this side of the property or the north side of the property. Motorized vehicles are allowed in the forest. They have a difficult time regulating them, but they certainly have miles and miles and miles of trails and roads to use. So it has been the consensus of this community effort that it isn't appropriate. I think that's about all I can say. Now, what the board concludes, the majority of the board concludes as what should happen in this lease. Obviously, that's your responsibility. That lease will have to come back to you. I think at the risk of, sort of losing the whole project, I think obviously we're willing to sit down and talk with whoever, get all of the parties involved, the Game and Fish involved, the Forest Service involved. There's BLM property in this, within the Pilot Hill project, and go through this again. We'll do whatever it takes to keep the project alive, but I have to be candid with you that it has been thoughtfully and lengthily discussed, and the conclusion was it's just incompatible, in addition to the fact that that was the landowner's desire. So we're hoping we can get it through, and we'll wrestle this to the ground for another month if we have to look at the terms of the lease.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kite, and I see the superintendent has raised her hand.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to clarify that, you know, I have been privy to a longer duration of public input, and I'm really comfortable and confident with the outreach that's taken place around this issue. And today, I think, at least for me, I'm definitely in agreement with the restrictions and the degree of public input and the method that brings us to today. You know, my questions are really much more about kind of the governance structure of the restrictions and either obligating, restricting, or making it very difficult in future years if there were changes that we don't know about today that would take place. Like, what would that work look like 50 years from now if changes needed to be made? And hopefully they won't. You know, hopefully it will still just be the same type of consensus that that you all have built today and presented to this board. I'm just trying to sort through sort of what the governance of the restrictions looks like more than the restrictions themselves. And I just want to make that clear that, you know, I like where we have landed. I just want to understand what underpins that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And
thank you.
And I didn't ask a question with that. And I apologize, but I guess I wanted to answer an implied question from Justice Kite. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you looking for a response, Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, not necessarily, unless Justice Kite has something to add, but I think it was more of a response than anything.
Okay.
Well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, I know you're trying to get on with the meeting. This is a 25-year lease. This community is going to have to invest millions of dollars in trail building and facility building. So there has to be a long enough term to have certainty to justify that. Obviously, if there's some major change and if the state chooses to insert some provision where the conditions could be looked at again in 15 years or something like that, maybe that's possible, but the ability to change it has to be measured against what the community invests in the property. And I think one of our major concerns is liability. I mean, if we talk about adding motorized vehicles to this relatively, in that sense, relatively small piece of property, it changes the formula from the standpoint of what is the community willing to do. And so I'm not sure that answers your question, and I will let you get on.
Thank you, Ms. Kite. Mr. Bump, is there any other commentary? So, Director, I'm just sort of trying to get a grip on where we are. And it doesn't seem to me that this board often relishes the idea of telling an applicant how to run their lease. And really what we are looking at here is recommending that this lease application go forward and be reviewed. And I guess from testimony we heard earlier, that will be reviewed by the Attorney General and also by the Albany County Attorney. I guess the question I would have, would it be in order for that lease to come back on an informative basis to this board?
Mr. Chairman, you can certainly do it one of two ways. What's before the board right now is the application from Albany County for the 25 years with the annual rental adjusted by the 2 3/5% to offset the inflationary pressure and subject to the 5-year rental reviews. The other piece, as I mentioned, we would ask that it be conditioned on the successful closing of the exchange. and the review of both councils, the Attorney General's office and the county attorney. There are a number of ways to do this. If in fact the board is uncomfortable with us moving forward with the lease as it is, we can certainly, the board can vote on that, and we can come back with another proposal working with the county. Alternatively, in my mind, you could direct us to go forward, or you could vote to approve the lease as it's written. And if there are other things that are of interest and concern to the board, they could direct us to amend to account for motorized uses or anything like that, and to bring it back. Or if it's just strictly liability concerns, the subject to review and approval of the Attorney General's office and the county commissioners could also be somewhat conditioned on further liability analysis. So there's a number of ways to do this, to bring it back or to just approve it as is.
Thank you. I think my sense is it might be nice to see what the reviews come up with and just present it back to us. I'm not asking that, we be part of that negotiation. I don't know if we need to be, but because I think people have done their due diligence. But I think this is sensitive enough, Mr. Secretary, that it might make sense just to have a presentation of the final product, if that makes sense to you. But prior to a vote.
So we don't even need, Chairman. Then we wouldn't even need a vote today. We could just put this at the next meeting, hoping that those things happen, and then it comes before us again for final approval.
Procedurally, I'm looking for Brandy. I would assume we could lay this back and
I
then
think,
do some further changes, table it for the next meeting, and we can certainly go back to the county and make sure everybody's had a chance to review and address liability and anything else you would like. We can certainly come back with a presentation of what it looks like.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Secretary, I think that makes sense to me. I don't want to indicate any lack of interest in proceeding. I just want to make sure that this board, because they've expressed some reservations about pieces, at least have a chance to talk about it. And I also want to be mindful to the chairman, Chairman Jones. I also want to make sure, just as we don't like to leap over local concerns, I want to make sure that you have every opportunity to address us. I do not want to do surgery on your application. Mr. Treasurer, I think I heard something from you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I guess this is for Chairman Jones, and what I'd like to try to see is whether you guys can look at a multiple use concept that would not interfere with your stated objectives, that possibly could add value to the the total income for the school foundation fund, where the money goes to. And you guys are a lot more familiar with what might be potential opportunities in, either now or in the future than we are, because you live in the community. You know what your stated objectives are in that area. But, if the county commissioners can identify any other multiple use, potentials that might be available in the future, to help our funding situation, I think it would be appreciated. I know I would appreciate that. And if you don't, then you don't. But if you do have an opportunity to identify anything, that would be nice. Thank you.
Mr. Treasurer, I would thank you for that. And we're always willing to look for more and diverse places for revenue for both the state and for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Very, very much appreciate that. And I don't want to lose track of the intent of the landowner in that process as well. So With that, Mr. Secretary, if you would like to, I don't think I can just arbitrarily table this motion, but they can make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, Deputy Director is trying to get your attention.
Yeah. Sorry, throw something at me.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Auditor. Mr. Chairman, timing wise, we're expecting to close on this transaction the middle of July. That would be 45 days, give us a 45-day closing period. So we would own the property prior to your next meeting and prior to you considering this lease again, which means we would have an open property without a lease or any restriction at all. The public could use the property under normal Chapter 13 Board of Land Commissioners recreational use rules. Historically, what we've done in land transactions without a public use plan is to ask you to restrict that property to walk-in access only while we develop that plan. So I just wanted to raise that we will own the property without a plan, and if you wanted to place a walk-in only restriction on it until we had the lease in place or public recreation plan in place, we've done that in the past.
So thank you, Deputy Director. My thought here, and I think maybe the Secretary had the same one, is that at our next State Loan and Investment Board meeting, we could reconvene as a State Board of Land Commissioners to take this off the table and consider it with the benefit of further review. Is that
Mr. Chairman,
proper?
the next SLIB meeting is June 16th, but we also have a land commissioner working session where the board could convene and take action on it on the 23rd as well. So I think
Okay.
there's a couple of options.
So,
How fast can you work, Jason?
Light speed, ma'am, light speed.
That's what we like to hear.
so let me ask Brandy, Attorney Longer.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman,
and
I can't hear Attorney General Munger.
so she indicated that the Attorney General could work quickly on this project, excuse me. And I guess my same question goes to Chairman Jones. Is that something that you believe you could work on as well?
Yes, we certainly can. And there was one other comment that I wanted to make is motorized use on the Pilot Hill project in the areas where the aquifer is sensitive, motorized use could be very detrimental in that area. Just the last comment.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we table consideration of the application for special use lease number SU 1026 from the Albany County Commissioners, with the anticipation that we will reconsider that prior to closing exchange that we've already approved.
So it's been moved to table. There's no discussion. I think it has to have a second. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye. Motion is tabled. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the next item is the forestry and fire report from Bill Krapser, the Wyoming State Forester.
Thank you, the director and Forester Krapser. It is you've been very patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Normally by this time of year, I would have met with all of you individually and given you my best outlook for the fire season. Of course, with COVID and everything, we thought it was better to just do the briefing at this meeting. According to the predictive services folks, that look at these kind of things. We're supposed to have a quote unquote average fire season. Anymore with the way our fire seasons have been going, I'm not sure what average means. The last 2 years, I would point out, have been average fire seasons. And last year, even though it was on the light side of average, we had over 1,000 fires and we spent almost $6 million of state money on fires across the state. So while it's not looking to be a incredibly bad fire season, it is looking to be average, which is still pretty significant. With COVID, of course, everybody, all of our partners and ourselves are worried about large fires and having large fire camps and a lot of people in one place. So it took a lot of work from all the states, but we've got the Forest Service to agree that aggressive initial attack is the best way to deal with fires this year. The Forest Service is going to back away from some of their managed fires where they let fires burn. And we are going to look at aggressive initial attack. As you know, we normally have about a 98% success rate on our initial attack. Our view is if we can raise that to 99, it'll cut the number of large fire camps that we'll have to have in half. To that end, some of the things that the state is doing, Governor, I'd like to thank you and your staff for working with us. We were able to repurpose a little bit of this biennium's money, and we put 2 single engine air tankers on that the state will have starting the 15th of June until the middle of September available to support counties and for state land fires for initial attack. We're very, very close with the BLM. They've been a great partner in this. They're going to allow us to use their tanker bases. And actually, they're going to staff their tanker bases for us to support that effort. Our state helitack, which has been a very successful program, the helicopter came available yesterday and is available for initial attack around the state. One thing we are looking at with all of our federal partners, while everybody's still committed to fire, a lot of regions, a lot of areas, a lot of states are restricting travel out of state even for fires. So we are going to see fewer resources available, which again makes it doubly important to hit fires early, hit fires hard, and try to get them out. As far as our internal resources go, working with the Department of Corrections, we all decided that probably the best thing to do would be not have the inmates out of the facilities this year because they definitely don't want to get COVID issues within their facilities. So what we've done without having the inmates, we've taken our crew supervisors and split them up into what we're calling initial attack modules. They'll have an engine and a pickup with a group of just crew supervisors to be available to go out and help counties on fires or to approach or to respond to state land fires. So that's kind of where we're at. We're with the fire season. Again, it's looking like average, but I do want to point out again, we've had 1,000 fires reported last year, wildfires. We have seen a really, in my mind, a disturbing trend over the last 10 years. 10 years ago, I would have told you that 65 to 80% of the fires we had in Wyoming were lightning caused fires and only 25, 30% were human caused. In the last 10 years, besides having more fires every year, last 10 years, those numbers have changed 180 degrees. Right now, for 2019, about 65% of the fires we had in the state were human caused fires. So we have seen a disturbing trend in that direction and are working with all of our other partners to try to figure out how to deal with that. Governor, for you, one thing that we need to be aware of, every year, you'll remember you and I both have to sign our fire management assistant grant agreement with FEMA. This year with COVID and everything else they've been dealing with, they haven't sent us that agreement yet to sign. I do have it in writing from them that if we have a large fire and ask for a FEMA declaration, they'll still give us the declaration without the agreement, but it is a little concerning to me that we don't have the agreement in place. The only other thing I have for you, besides answering any questions on the fire season, our fire restriction rules, the Board of Land Commissioner rules on fire restrictions, as I've told you before, are very antiquated. They actually talk about me printing up handbills and nailing them to fence posts around the state. We have been working for the last year with our federal partners and with the counties really close to try to come up with some common language. Here sometime fairly soon, we'll be coming to you with some tentative draft new rules for fire restrictions to move through the rule-making process. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have about the fire season or anything that we're doing at forestry.
Thank you, Bill. Very much appreciate that. Also appreciate the timber sales that you included in our book. Any questions for Bill Crapser? Thank you, Bill. I know you said you spent what, $6 billion or $6 million last year on fires, and we're, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to say yes, sir, but go ahead.
And we're looking at reductions in budget around 20%. So that's 4.8, and we have 65 people that, or 65 fire. 65% of the fires are human caused, so I just note those numbers because these budget constraints are becoming very real.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We do have most of our large fires, as you know, end up being our emergency fire suppression account that the dollars come out of. We do have about $14 million balance in the fire suppression account, but to your comments that you just made, of those dollars in the fire suppression account, counties do pay dues into that, but historically, since the account has started, about 95% of the money ever put into that account has come through the legislative process and through your office.
Right. Thank you, sir, and thanks for what you're doing. And are you preparing a message again, as we've done in the past, about fire season?
Mr. Chairman, we are putting something together. I did want to touch base with your staff on how we want to roll that out, and I'll do that in the next couple of days. I'll also, for the whole board, I'll put together our seasonal outlook and some of the things we've got and get a report out to all of you here in the next couple of days, so you have it.
Thanks. Thanks very much. Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bill, I noticed you had some timber sales by ton and some by board foot. How many board foot in a ton?
Mr. Chairman, Treasurer, it depends on, this sounds like a flip response, but it depends on how much water's in the wood. We take sales that we do by the ton. When we come up with the ton rate, we do some sampling, scaling, and come up with a weight factor for the ton. About 5 or 6 tons per board foot is kind of an average where we normally are, but we try to narrow it in on the specific sale. The reason we've done more with the ton is because of a lot of our salvage with the bug kill. A lot of the wood we're doing is salvage sales, and the cost it has for our folks to go to the mill and to scale the logs and try to come up with a board foot exceeds the value of the wood. So we've gone to a ton basis on a lot of sales.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
That's 5 or 6 tons per 1,000 board foot?
That's correct, Treasurer.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any further questions? Any further questions? Well, thank you, Bill. I hope you are absolutely bored to death this summer.
I hope the same thing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Madam Director.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a couple of walk-in matters. The first one is to consider a proposal to exchange state trust land in Platte County. And I'll just note that the Wyoming Constitution and the statutes contemplate that in the exercise of its fiduciary duties to the trust land beneficiaries, the Board of Land Commissioners will from time to time dispose of, acquire, and exchange land. Any person may identify a parcel of land for acquisition as well as parcels of state land for disposal. The rules provide that each proposal will be reviewed by the director, and if the director determines that a parcel may be suitable for acquisition or disposal, the director will present the proposal to the board for further consideration. The procedure for land transactions provided in the rules includes a public portion in which the Office of State Lands, on behalf of the board, prepares a detailed analysis and collects public comments on the transaction. After the public process is complete, the rules contemplate that the board will make a final decision regarding whether to ultimately complete the proposed land transaction. But in order to commence the review and public process, the board must approve a resolution approving the agreement to initiate the exchange. And after that, the office and the applicant then execute the agreement to initiate, and then the final detailed analysis, including the appraisals, will be available to the public. After which a public hearing will be held, public comment will be accepted, and then the board will further consider the proposed exchange in an open session and determine whether to direct OSLI to complete the exchange. So what we're looking for today is for the board to decide whether to approve a resolution approving an agreement to initiate the exchange in these two matters. The first one is a proposal from the Wyoming Military Department, and so I will yield the floor to Interim Assistant Director for the Trust Land Management Division, Holly Dyer, who will briefly describe the proposal from the Military Department.
Welcome, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'd like to share my screen very briefly. You should see a couple of maps in front of you, Mr. Chairman.
We do.
Perfect. So as Director Scoggin mentioned, the Wyoming Military Department has identified about 8,207 acres of current state trust land within their operations boundaries that they would like to exchange for 8,260 acres of their own land. The state trust land currently within the military's operations boundary are often used for fire ranges and other training facilities, and consolidating the ownership patterns within their boundary would be of benefit to the department. So we believe that this proposed exchange appears to meet the management objectives by improving the manageability of the land through consolidation of ownership patterns. Additionally, by exchanging trust land currently within the military department's boundary to land outside of the boundary, this exchange could increase potential uses and income generating potential, and also increase the legal access to the state trust land. So should the board approve the resolution to authorize OSLI to enter into this agreement to initiate the land exchange, then the exchange will be evaluated in greater detail in that detailed analysis. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for questions if you or the board have any on the military department's proposed exchange.
Thanks very much. Are there questions for Ms. Dyer?
Mr. Chairman?
Treasurer.
Yeah, two questions. One, any of the school sections affected in the in-holdings, are any of the leases, or have they commented, and have any of them commented negatively to this proposed change? And the second question is, I noticed there's a private in-holding that's currently in the Guard and will currently be in the new area. Is it appropriate to disclose the name of the private in-holder?
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
as Mr. Treasurer, to answer your first question on any comments received by current lessees on the state trust land within the boundary, I would have to defer to General Porter. I believe that he's been working with the lessees, and the military department has been very transparent in these conversations, especially as of late. And so, to my knowledge, I don't believe that there have been any negative comments from our grazing lessees to date right now, I guess, as of recently. But of course, I would defer to either Director Scoggin or General Porter, who I believe is on the line.
Why don't you answer the second one, Holly, and then I can come back. And I do think that General Porter is on the line.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and Mr. Treasurer, the second question, as far as I understand, is whether or not it's okay for us to disclose who the owner of the private inholding is. And I guess I'm not sure whether or not it's appropriate here to disclose. I think it would be okay, but to be honest, I'm not entirely sure of that person's name. I know that it's owned by a family who is out of state, and I would also, I guess, defer to either Deputy Director Jason Crowder or our specialist Jessica Merkin if they know the name and if it would be appropriate this time to disclose that. I do know some history on that private inholding. That is, if you can see here within the boundary on the right or the left side of the existing land ownership map, and it's also denoted in the same black color on the right side of the proposed land exchange. And I do know that the Guard has approached this owner in the past to see if they would be interested in selling their property to the military department. And I do not believe that they were interested when they were approached. But with that, Deputy Director, Jason Crowder, did I miss anything on that second question?
Mr. Chairman, Holly, I think you represented it well. This is very early in the process, so we may not know exactly who that is or how they titled that property yet, and that would be derived through the detailed analysis process.
Thank you, Mr.
So, Deputy Director, just to follow up on that quickly, we've had a similar kind of exchange of that size up in Buffalo recently, and I think we went to competitive bid when that happened. Are there covenants here or thoughts about how that how the leases on these lands would go after, assuming you effected an exchange?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. Very good point. As you can tell in the maps that Holly's presented to you, a lot of our parcels are in active military training areas, meaning that there's not a lot of opportunity for competitive situations or additional revenue streams. If the exchange is approved, ultimately, we are moving into one consolidated block and removing all of those parcels outside, the majority of the parcels outside of the military's operating boundary, meaning that we could do that competitive situation that we did in Buffalo and receive a greater than our minimal AUM fee off of the grazing rights of that parcel, in addition to allowing other uses in the area to occur, possibly wind turbines or something like that, or even oil and gas development that just currently aren't feasible within a military training area.
Thank you. And Mr. Treasurer, did you have a follow-up on any of that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that we should have the Office of State Lands look at the price that the military has been getting off those leases. I know a few years ago it was, over $30 an AUM, and so I would suggest that you put a minimum on there of whatever when you lease it, and a minimum of what's being leased on the military basis, so you can at least stay current with the going rate in that area, because it's a localized rate. And I think you could possibly even get more than that, because on the military leases, within 24 hours after notification, you have to vacate the area where you're leasing, because they might have live fire, and you don't want to have your Hereford or Angus cows getting their legs knocked off. So I think that you wouldn't necessarily have that on this new state land, but I'd set your sights a little higher than double 588, you know, because of what the local price is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. So Holly, I'm going to follow up with your recommendation, and I think General Porter is still on. General Porter, I think the Treasurer's question was, you know, some, I guess, explanation of how the state grazing leases in your inholding, you know, who those people are and if they've been consulted. And then I thought the reason I wanted to bring up the other piece to this was to discuss, you know, what future leasing might look like for any of those affected lessors. The lessees, I guess. Yeah, whoops. General, are you on? General, is your, we can't hear you if you are trying to reach us. All right. Well, if the general is able to join us, that would be terrific. There's a chat going on. We cannot hear you, General Porter, but I can see your chat, as can Jessica. General, I might try to reach you on my cell phone, and then I'll be close to the mic here. Yeah, I can. Let me put you up. Okay, can you hear us now?
Yes, sir. I can.
All right, go ahead.
How about now, sir? Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, just a quick, after the treasurer's question was, hey, have we talked to anybody yet in terms of leases and where that goes? Informally, we have. I certainly last year went up and made a presentation to our leasees and also all our neighbors up there, just to give them a heads up of what we were intending to do. At that time, I didn't receive any negative comments, and most people were very much in favor of trying to consolidate this and actually give more access for the folks, because we would allow greater access to the state facilities or to state lands once they're in the south. The inholding is owned by a family that currently lives in Colorado, or excuse me, in California. I apologize. I can't remember the name offhand, although I can get that to you. You know, they really have had a long interest there in their at that land, and they're not interested in selling. But I'm not tracking any aversion on their part for us to consolidate land down there. In fact, it probably helps them out in terms of less military traffic around their homestead. Is there anything else I could answer that I missed there, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, General. Mr. Treasurer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm assuming we're going to rent that under the state lands authorization and, you know, adjacent.
Hold on just a sec. Can you, all right, let's see if you can hear this now.
I got you, sir.
Yeah, I'm
go ahead.
curious about the adjacent landowners to the new parcel.
He's curious about the adjacent landowners to the new parcel.
Are we talking if the in the south there where where we've moved that stuff? I have no indications that there's any protest against it. But I will say, as Holly sort of tracked out for us, a lot of opportunity for public comment as this sort of fleshes itself out, and we make this a little more public and a little more formal. Mr. Chris, I think we know down there is happy with where that's going, and I think he believes there's some opportunities there that could help them in the future. Over.
Thanks, Mr. Treasurer. Any follow-up? No follow-up. Any other members of the board? Madam Auditor? Superintendent?
Nothing for me, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary, I think that covers it. All right. Thank you very much, General. I'm going to put you down now for just a second, unless we have any other questions that come up. So just a sec. What's the pleasure of the board?
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, it's the director's recommendation that the board approve the attached resolution approving agreement to initiate the Wyoming Military Department exchange and allow OSLI to begin its analysis of the exchange by preparing a detailed analysis of the transaction.
Mr. Secretary.
I'm not going to repeat all that, so I'm just going to say so moved.
Okay. The Secretary has moved to what the director suggested. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the superintendent. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye or raising the thumb. Thumbs are up. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the second walk-in matter is to consider a proposal to exchange state trust land in Weston County. And I believe this involves the Weston County Solid Waste District. I will again yield the floor to Ms. Dyer to briefly present the board with the proposed exchange.
I was muted. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, our second walk-in matter is from Weston County. Weston County Solid Waste District has proposed to exchange 160 acres of their land for 160 acres of state trust land for creating a new landfill that's just south of Newcastle. Their current landfill is reaching its capacity, and it's actually expected to close within the next 18 months. So with no expansion of their current facility possible due to zoning regulations, the county would have to truck their waste to Gillette or Casper, which would greatly increase their resident fees. The county plans for their proposed new landfill to last between 100 and 200 years, depending on if there's another town that would join in with that landfill. We do believe that this proposed exchange meets the objectives by the trust land management objectives by fulfilling a community need and also while maintaining revenue generation potential and increasing public access. The county would provide the right-of-way across the state section to the new proposed landfill. So the proposed disposal is the state trust land that's hashed in purple on this map, and the proposed acquisition is the pink colored square, 160 acres down below. And the county would have an easement that would go from US 85 across to their new landfill. And additionally, they would provide a right-of-way, a public access road from the old Highway 85 here, just east of the the proposed acquisition, they would provide a right of way from that old highway onto the new proposed acquisition. And with that, those are the basic components of this proposed exchange. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you, Mr. Chairman, or the board has at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I can help.
Sure.
The director's recommendation that the board approve the attached resolution approving agreement to initiate the Weston County Solid Waste District Exchange and allow OSLI to begin its analysis of the exchange by preparing a detailed analysis of the transaction.
Thank you, Director.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Secretary.
So moved.
So moved. Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded by the treasurer. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, either a thumbs up or an aye? That passes unanimously as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes the agenda for the Board of Land Commissioners today, although with your permission, there's a couple things I forgot to mention. The first one being that the E1 through 9 matters are largely directed to COVID-19 relief. And so we continue to work on COVID-related relief as it's brought to our attention with the oil and gas industry. So far that seems to be going well, but I'll just note for the record that Mr. Crowder is in fact our point person for that. So as things move forward and we continue to dialogue with industry on a case-by-case basis. The other thing I wanted to do was to acknowledge Ben Bump's wonderful work again today on the Zoom conference. Thank you, Ben, for all of your assistance, and thanks to the OSLI staff and team. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And I note the chart in the beginning where you have done a nice job of E1 through E8 explaining the oil and gas matters, at least in my book. So thank you. Thank you very much, Ben, as well, and the rest of the staff. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
He's moved it again. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by the auditor. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 It's done. Thank you. We are adjourned.